Okay, folks, this is Who Did You Boycott today? Uh, Good afternoon or good morning to folks. I'm not feeling too well today. I've been sick since my birthday on the 29th of April. I ended up throwing up 3 times, and that's the most I've ever thrown up in my life in one day. Uh, I can count on my one hand how many times before the 29th of April that I threw up in my lifetime, less than 5 times. But I'm here today, and I'm going to do my absolute best to get through this broadcast because I happened to stop doing my work yesterday, and I scrolled the Twitterland hallways, and I came across a Twitter space where grown folks were in there talking with each other, adults in the space on Twitterland having a conversation. And I guess folks must think that I'm senile. Yeah, I turned 62 on the 29th of April, but I haven't started slipping over into senile state of existence quite yet. I still seem to have my faculties. I still have my faculties. So I clearly remember what comes out of my mouth. And it's apparent to me that folks are running around here trying their absolute best to steal my narratives, like April Shower, trying her absolute best to steal my narrative about abolishing white. No, my whole recording was to abolish white and black. She leaving that part off and just focusing on the white. They both were put into the atmosphere for one purpose: to harm human beings. Because we clearly know we are an adult and there's no blood test for a white person or a black person. Don't we know that? Don't we clearly know that information? Without anyone's help, we clearly know that is a fact. But Miss April Shower took the liberty to try to steal my narrative. So I guess she must have went back and listened to one of my recordings. Well, the same thing is happening all over Twitter land. I'm observing quite well. Denmark, Mark King Carter, and many more of you persons. I'm not senile, and I clearly know what was coming out of your mouth over a year ago, over 2 years ago, and I still remember that. And now all of a sudden it's a whole different narrative that sounds like the words coming out of my own mouth. Don't you believe I'm going to recognize that? I think you should realize I'm going to recognize that my own words coming out of another person's mouth. Mark King Carter, Denmark, April Showers, Dawn, Concerned Black American, and many more folks. But I think it hit the bottom line last night. Dawn and Dante, and Dawn was praising Dante. Y'all people take great pride. You folks take great pride in getting on a public app and embarrassing yourself. It's unbecoming of an adult to do that constantly. We can't help ourselves sometimes, but to constantly strive for that, it's unbecoming of an adult. And I heard those persons having a conversation about biracial persons born into the world, biracial, and they're going to give them a deadline of Juneteenth 2025, like they are God, like they really are God. People have really lost their fool minds. They have really lost their fool minds, and now they want to go in public and announce it to the world. They have lost their fool mind. How in God's name do you think you're going to give human beings a deadline of them being accepted as BLACK if they are born biracial? I have a sister, an older sister, who is biracial. I clearly made my evaluation of her growing up. I clearly knew we were speaking from different mindsets. But I love her. But I clearly could step back and make a fair evaluation that we were living in the same household and growing up and came out of our mother. But we had two different mindsets. And every time we stepped out that door, we experienced something different. I clearly knew that at a very young age. And I sat on my bed in the bedroom that we lived in and slept in. And I looked over at her and I said, my sister is mixed. She is mixed with Caucasian. But it was never discussed in the household. But I just made that evaluation all on my own. And then after our mother passed, she discovered from her research that her biological father is Caucasian. But that happened after 2014. So she learned about that after 2014. And she shared it with me. But I had already come to that understanding as a child when we was growing up. But getting back to the folks in the space last night with Dawn Concerned Black America, that darn lady changes her avatar name like she changed her clothes. But I'm going to always remember her as Dawn Concerned Black American, the human being that went before the OMB and asked the OMB to change every ethnicity to freedmen that had arrived in America by 1865. She had some gall and she had some balls that day. She really had some gall and some balls that day to sit down and make her presentation and ask the OMB to change every human being who had arrived in America by 1865 and change their race to freedmen, their ethnicity to freedmen. So that's how I'm going to remember her until the day I take my last breath. So this human being was on that stage with Dante and a couple other folks, April Showers, discussing how they are setting a deadline of how folks going to identify if they are biracial by Juneteenth 2025. That they are not going to be accepted as BLACK, black. Well, I'm here today to ask adults, why are they running around telling children in their community that they are Black American and African American and any of these other terms when they clearly should be telling these persons to go click a link to the OMB website and read the definition. That's what they should be telling a community and every person they have a conversation with, but they're not doing that. They leaving that little detail out. They leaving that detail out, and I would like to know why they are leaving that detail out. Why are you putting boots on the ground and running around here to the communities and telling them and preaching to them that they are Black American and African American? Black American and African American is a racial group somewhere on the African continent. That's what the OMB and America and the world has served up to you persons. But y'all seem to be proud of that. Y'all seem to be proud of that. Why are you proud of that? Tell me that, please, because God did not create any human beings that was born into a racial group. We clearly know that every human being comes from a original bloodline. Is the word original on the OMB website? No, it's not there in that definition. No, nowhere in sight is the word origin. But all these other ethnicities do have an origin on that website of the OMB. They clearly have the origin of their existence spelled out on that OMB website. While the Black American and the African American is the only definition there that do not have an origin. But y'all folks don't mind about that. Y'all want to make sure that the 54 years that, because America been harming Negroes for over 53 years, where it became 54 years as of the 27th of April, maybe more, because that's when Talent New Negro Republic posted his submission to the OMB, and the date that's on that submission is the 27th of April, 2023. So we have passed 27th of April 2024. So you could add another year to that harm. 54 years now, or over a half a year century, over a half a century, over a half a century, and y'all folks still are dedicated to running around here brainwashing and indoctrinating folks to identify as Black American and African American and these other imaginary made up terms. Y'all just have gotten more energy from somewhere. I guess you got more energy when that decision came down from the OMB on the 28th of March 2024. Y'all just started dripping at the mouth. Did you start dripping at the mouth? You must have started dripping at the mouth. Because I don't understand how adults can wake up the next day and the next day and the next day and still keep saying Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and LPA out of their mouth and call themselves an adult. And how the harm that each of us has suffered through for the past 54 years is now getting passed down to our children and grandkids. Are you proud of that? You must be proud of it, because you're waking up every day, day after day, and continuing to say it. You have to be proud of it, because America has been on their mission for over 400 years to cause harm. But now you have taken that mantle and you have taken that baton and you're running with it for America. America didn't do a good enough job for you folks, and so you told America that you were gonna take that baton out of their hand and run with it yourself and do your own destruction and harm. And that is what you are doing. Because if you had a backbone, instead of spending all this money going to these events and protests, y'all just can't think up enough events to drain money from your community. You can't think of enough. You got one in DC, you got one in Atlanta, you got one in Chicago, you got another one coming up with Tariq Nasheed. His one gonna top everybody, I guess. He want $50,000, or somebody said $80,000. Y'all just cannot spend enough money to help your enemy sink you. You just cannot spend enough money to help your enemy sink you. Do you not realize that the country has been taken over by another ethnicity, another bloodline? The country has been taken over, has been overrun by another ethnicity and bloodline. Walking Dead, Joe Biden told you in 2020. Were you asleep when he announced that? You had to be asleep when he announced it in 2020. So that's been about a little over 4 years now. Where you at? Where you been? Where have you been? Have you been buried under a rock? You have to be buried under a darn rock to have not heard Joe Biden announcement of another ethnicity taking over the population in America. Where were you at? And you heard all of this information, and you still got up the next day and the next day and kept saying Black American and African American and all these other terms out of your mouth. Why are you doing that? Well, I think it's because folks got their own self-interest and their own agenda. Well, newsflash for all you folks who want to paint all these lying narratives. Negro is the only ethnicity that give this bloodline and us who claim that we want reparations any rights in this country. You can listen to all that print in the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the Articles, the Declaration. You can read all you can want to read. But the only blood that gives us any rights in this country was Negro, because they carved it out for 246 years. It came first. It came first, and they carved it out for 246 years. So for all you persons who are so offended by Negro, that's the only bloodline that gives you any right on this landmass. You may not like it, but that's just the history. That's the history that has been documented. You don't like it. I know you don't like it. You don't want to swallow it. So you run around here and you tell your neighborhood and your community to identify as Black American and an African American and all these other terms when you know good and darn well that is a racial group. That is the very term that America has used as a weapon to harm Negro descendants for over 54 years now. But does that bother y'all? Does that bother you? No, because you don't want to identify as Negro. So you run around here and convince your community to continue to identify with two terms that has been harmed your behind and my behind for the past 54 years. But do you tell your community that when you boots on the ground, going neighborhood to neighborhood? Is that part of your conversation? I bet it's left out. I'm quite sure it's left out of the conversation. It's not included. While you constantly saying Black American, African American, and Freedmen, and ADOS and FBA out your mouth, you're not telling them that America has been harming Negro descendants for over 54 years now. Once they started lumping them under two terms, it's already been researched and uncovered. America, backtrack the years, and it's right around 1965, 1970, when America put this plan into action. They diabolical plan into action. You can backdate the time to just got 54 years on the books. That takes you right back at 1965, 1970, right at that range, that window between 1965 and 1970. 1965 and 1970 adds up to 54 years down the road where we are at today in the 2024 time frame. It's right there. And you folks don't seem to care about that. America put their diabolical plan into action, and they have been successful for over 54 years now. But you folks not happy with that. You want it to be 55 years and 56 years and 57 years and 58 years and 59 years and 60 years. You're not going to be happy with just 54 years. You want it to be as many years that can be added on. Now, if you folks want to identify as Black American and African American, then you need to be protesting or lobbying the Congress and the Senate and the president and the vice president to change that definition. But no, y'all too busy running around here nickel and diming your community for reparations under a term that cannot be recognized. America did not harm any human beings identifying as Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, and FBA. Y'all know that. No reparations claim can get across the finish line with those terms because America did not document any harm to a Pacific group that was identifying that way back then. The Pacific group that was harmed were Negro slaves. Y'all don't want to identify as Negroes, so y'all have shot yourself in the foot because America know they did not harm any human beings called Black Americans. It was called Negro slavery, was it not? Was it not? Am I mistaken? Was it called Black American slavery? It was not. Okay, America knows that too. America knows it's documented, it's locked behind an archive, while y'all folks are continuing to run around here and call yourself Black American. America know they did not harm any Black Americans as slaves. It was called Negro slavery. Negro slavery. Let's say it together. Negro slavery. Let's say it a couple times. Negro slavery. Negro slavery. But you folks think you smart. You want to call it descendants of slave. Y'all think y'all being smart by changing the definition in the 21st century? You think you're being smart because you can say out your mouth descendants of slaves, descendants of chattel slavery? You think you're being smart? No, you're shooting yourself in the foot. But you don't care about that because of your own self-interest and your own self-agenda. But it's already documented. You can't change that. I can't change that. It's already been documented. You cannot change that. I cannot change that. It's already documented. And y'all folks are going to continue to do your damage and your harm if you do not make up your mind to spend some of this money that you nickel and diamond for your community for protests and pull-ups to do a lobby for changing that definition on the OMB website. You should be putting some of that money and energy and time over there in that area to lobby the Congress and the Senate to change that definition on the OMB website, because right now you are an invisible human being in your own country. You are an invisible human being in your own country. Germans get more rights than Black Americans. Germans get more rights than Black Americans and African Americans, let alone some imaginary term called Freedmen that's not recognized at the federal, state, or local level, let alone a imaginary term called ADOS that's not recognized at the federal, state, or local level, let alone that FBA that's not recognized at the federal, state, or local level. So a German immigrant get more rights than you and more resources than you. A Irish person get more rights than you do. That Irish person that started coming here, when they started letting those Irish persons into this country with a little visa, they get more rights than you do as a Black American and all these other terms that you use. These invaders get more rights than you do. We all been watching the invaders for the past 3 years, over 3 years. They get more rights than you do because a Black American and an African American is a racial group. Any confusion there? Is anybody confused as to why an invader would get more rights than you do? Because you are described as a racial group on the OMB website somewhere in Africa. Somebody needs to get on an airplane and go try to find that racial group. Is anybody gonna volunteer to get on an airplane and fly to Africa and try to find that racial group? Because right now, you are an invisible human being. Is that resonating with your brain cell? You are an invisible human being. You do not have an origin. Is anyone confused? I would like to know, is anyone confused about that definition? Can it be any confusion for you adults who are running around here telling your children and grandkids they are Black American and African American and all these other terms, Freedmen, ADOS, and FBA? Wow, all these other nations are coming to America and robbing what the ancestors carved out for 246 years. They are robbing the ancestors' sacrifice while you folks continue to help America erase your behind. Why do you want to help America erase your behind? Will you please leave a comment in the comment section? I would like to know. I would clearly like to know why you are taking upon yourself to help America erase you and your children and grandkids. Why are you choosing to do that? Why are you not lobbying to get that definition changed? Why are you too busy running around here lying to your community and convincing them that they are Black American and African American when that means nothing? A human being is not born into the world into a racial group. Is that not correct? Am I mistaken? Am I mistaken? And Dawn and Dante them tried to steal my narrative. Negro is the real bloodline, folks. That finally came out. It finally came out. That's how underhanded and delusional and dirty tactics folks are. They've been spending the past year or two lying about Negro and making jokes about it. It means dead. It means Spanish. It means a badge of slavery. It means all of this. But the Negroes are going to have the last laugh. It really is a true bloodline. That's how diabolical people are. They reverse that narrative. They completely reversed that narrative and made folks reject Negro and identify with these made-up terms. That's just how the enemy operates. That's exactly down to the nitty-gritty how the enemy operates. They paint the reverse narrative to get you to accept what they're saying out their mouth. They got to paint that reverse narrative because we clearly know folks gonna deny it and deny it and deny it all they want, but Negro is a real bloodline and folks just don't want to accept that. But Negro are God's chosen people, not any people called Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, and FBA. God know who his people are. And when you read the Bible, it's spelled out in that Bible. It really is. They hid it in there because they knew you wouldn't open the Bible. So they figure it will be safely hidden away in that Bible. And they hid it from me too, because I didn't open the Bible until 2014. Although I watched my mother growing up every day open her Bible. Yes, she did. I don't think she missed a day in her life. I don't think she missed one day. She woke up and opened that Bible every day of her life. But my hard head did not want to listen, did not want to follow her example. So I was rebelling against her telling me daily, get your Bible, open your Bible and read it. I can't count the number of times she told me. But I finally did open that Bible in 2014. And it's spelled out in there that God's chosen people are Negroes. They are telling you, these diabolical, evil human beings are telling you that every way they can tell you. The Jews told you when they wanted to assassinate Corey Irvin. America told you that when they started leaving Negro off the census report, when they started leaving Negro off the birth certificates and leaving them blank. Again, they told when Obama and Grace Mean did their underhanded tactic. Again, the OMB told you when they opened up their phones for 3 days and allowed you to make a submission for 75 days. And then they told, the OMB told you again when they came out with a final decision on the 28th of March, 2024, what threatens them. They removing Negro. They're not trying to remove any of these other terms. And then they told you again when they allow immigrants to come into America and check a box that you supposed to feel that is your identity, but any person with brown or dark brown skin can check the same box that you can check. Is there any confusion there? Why is there any confusion? A person from Jamaica should not be able to come to America and check a box that say Black and African American if that is a real identity. Don't that make sense? Don't that make plain sense? Is there any confusion there? A person from Haiti should not be able to come to America and check a box that say Black/African American if it's a real ethnicity, a real bloodline. They wouldn't be able to check it. Just like I cannot check the box Caucasian. Aquilin cannot check the box Native American. Aquilin cannot check the box Asian because I do not have that blood flowing through my body. It's not on my birth certificate. It's not listed on my family tree bloodline. So why would I be a liar and a thief and check any of those other boxes? Because if I do, I am a liar and I'm a thief. And I know I am not a liar and I'm not a thief. So I would not want to check any of those other boxes or check them on an application. And since the OMB came out with their decision, every time I fill out something, that ethnicity question keeps coming up. I can't tell you how many times it has popped up since the OMB made their decision. And every time it pop up, I'm going to write in Negro American. Because they still doing a dirty survey. They still trying to get a pulse of how many Negroes are still alive. They have done their dirty work and took their little ink pen and erased Negro off the census report, but they still out there doing a little survey underhandedly, asking you that question constantly, trying to get a gauge of how many Negroes are still walking around on the face of the earth, because they got to get a estimate of how many Negroes are still alive. Then they know how many they need to kill and murder. Yes, Lord. That's what they up to. And I'm going to write in Negro America every chance I get. And I am putting up platforms as quickly as I can do it. I have so many YouTube channels, so many websites. I wish to God I could build 1,000 websites with Negro on it. But I just don't have the energy or the time. But I'm going to build as many as I can, because I'm going to take every opportunity that I get to shove Negro down America's throat, the OMB, the Congress, the Senate, and the world. That is what I'm going to dedicate the remaining days of my life to. And my Heavenly Father know I have made that promise, and I keep my word to myself. I do that. It's just a habit. It's just a kind of like a built-in habit by now. Being that I'm 62 now, I can say a different age. Is I got to get used to saying 62 years old. I got to really get practice saying that 62. It's gonna take me a little while here to get used to saying that 62, but I get it wrapped around my tongue here very quickly. And I am dedicated. I am dedicated to making sure that I shove Negro down every person's throat that I can. Because I'm gonna say again, if you are claiming that you are waiting for reparations, Negro is the only ethnicity. You can call it ethnicity, race, however you want to label it, because you can go back in your own research and see where America said Negro in the Special Field Order 15, and it was Negro. They had an opportunity to put black in that Special Field Order 15 if they identified that way. Didn't they? Didn't they? Is any confusion there? Because that document was written in 1865. So why do you think those 20 elders decided on Negro? Because they knew they had put 246 years of sacrifice in that term, and they were not going to abandon it. They had enough wherewithal, not like you brain dead human beings. They had enough wherewithal, even with the scars and trauma they were suffering, to say, no, we're not going to walk away from that word and put any other word in that document, when they could have. We clearly know they could have chosen black at that time, because no one had a gun to their head and told them not to put Negro, not to put black in that Special Field Order 15, right? No one had a gun to their head and told them not to put mulatto in that Special Field Order 15, right? No one had a gun to their head and told them not to put the word color in that Special Field Order 15 document, right? Okay, no one had a gun to their head and told them not to put African American, seeing as how you folks have said African American was used back then. Okay, well, the 20 ancestors, they had many choices, didn't they? They had the word Freedmen. Why they didn't tell Lincoln and Sherman to print the word Freedmen in that document? Because they knew the importance of standing on Negro, because it had came first. It had carved out 246 years. It had created the wealth and the infrastructure of this landmass, and they were not going to be brain dead and put any other term on that document. They had enough brain cells to realize that. But you adults in the 21st century are going to make sure that your kids and grandkids suffer the same way you have suffered for the past 54 years. If you have not been on this earth more than 54 years, America has been harming you for every one of those years. So for you adults who are running around here telling your community and getting on these public apps and putting Black American and all these other terms in these titles, you're not happy. You don't seem to be happy that America has harmed your behind for the past 54 years, because they made a decision to lump your behind under a term called Black American and African American. Why is there any confusion there? Why? I would like to try to understand, why is there confusion? Why is there confusion that y'all don't seem to realize that was the only term that gave us any rights? That is for those who claim to be descendants of those Negroes who were emancipated. If you got the paperwork, do you have the paperwork? Do you have the paperwork? Most of you don't have the paperwork, do you? You don't have that paperwork. So you want to go out here and harm your community by convincing them to identify with a Black American and an African American and a Freedman and a ADOS and a FBA term. Do you not realize that you have made it very easy for the Germans and the Italians and the Irish and the Asians and the Latinos and the Mexicans and the Ethiopians and the Nigerians and the Jamaicans and the Haiti and the Bahamas to claim that first 200? Has that marinated on your brain yet since the OMB made their decision on the 28th of March 2024? Did you not realize that those ethnicities were going to stand in line and try to claim that 246 years? Did that not occur to you while you kept continuing to say Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA out your mouth? Did you not realize that was going to happen? That they was going to rewrite those first 246 years and insert all these other ethnicities? Did that not occur to you folks? Because you are a racial group. You're not an origin. You're not a nation. You're not an original bloodline. You are described as a racial group. What are y'all confused about? Adults, can you help me out, please? What are y'all confused about? Why are you not lobbying the Congress and the Senate to change that definition? Why y'all too busy doing pull-ups and boots on the ground and nickel and diming your community for these events and these protests, and you're not putting any energy and effort into changing that definition? Are y'all just gonna just try to pretend like it's not happening? And you think folks not gonna realize it? Enough folks not gonna find out about it? That's what it is. Okay, I get it. That's what it is. Y'all don't think enough folks gonna find out about that they are described as a racial group on the OMB website. And by the time they get wind of it, it's gonna be too late. And then y'all gonna be front and center changing painting another narrative by the time they wake up and realize that America has placed them on the African continent in a racial group and have erased their ancestors' history. You don't get to claim that history anymore because you didn't want to identify as Negro. Don't y'all realize that? Don't y'all fully comprehend that? I'm wondering, do y'all fully comprehend that you do not get to brag about those first 246 years anymore? Has that resonated with you? Apparently not. Apparently not. It has not resonated with you because you folks too busy running around here telling folks to identify as Black American and African American, which is a racial group. You don't even have a identity. Who is born into the world into a racial group? Can anybody answer that question? Is there any human being born into the world into a racial group and not a bloodline? Where's the confusion at? Can anybody answer that, please? Will anyone answer that for me, please? Because I think it's really criminal for you persons who are adults, after you have learned the truth about how America has been harming Negro descendants for over 54 years, and you continue to say that word out your mouth, those words out your mouth, Black American and African American, you are taking upon yourself to inflict harm in the same way America did for 54 years. You are volunteering to inflict harm on yourself and your children and grandkids, unless you planning on lobbying the Congress and the Senate to change that definition. And y'all don't seem to be doing that. Y'all too busy doing pull-ups in Washington, D.C. and Atlanta and Chicago. And I don't know where Tariq Nasheed pull-up going to be at, what state it's going to be in. But y'all be there. Y'all donate your money. Y'all can't wait to donate your money. While your enemy and the invaders that you're watching, they buying land and houses and investing in businesses, while y'all folks are spending your money in nickel and dime in your community to pull up for a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day event. They pooling their money and buying land and houses and investing in businesses, while y'all too busy nickel and dime in your community for a pull up, a protest, a march. Y'all people are pitiful. How dare you call yourself activists? How dare you try to put yourself under that definition of activists? It's criminal what you persons are doing. It's absolutely criminal. After you have witnessed for over 3 years the country that you were birthed into has been invaded and taken over, and you still stand before your community and nickel and dime them for these events and these pull-ups. How dare you, sorry human beings, call yourself an activist? How dare you people? See, y'all should have prayed a little bit harder that I pass away, because I know you can't stand my guts. You should have prayed a little bit harder. You should have prayed a little bit harder that I passed away. I almost felt like that on the 29th of April. I was pouring sweat and I was throwing up. And I sat there and I prayed to my Heavenly Father. But I wasn't gonna give up. I was not gonna give up as I sat there in pain, minute after minute, hour after hour. I sat there in pain, and I didn't think I was going to make it. I'm not going to lie to you. I did sit there thinking that that time, as I sat there and sweat was pouring off of me like a bucket, I felt it, and I can't deny it. And I prayed to my Heavenly Father. And I won't share what I said to my Heavenly Father, but I said my prayer. Whatever I felt at that moment is what words came out of my heart and soul, because I felt it was near and it was time to leave. But y'all folks, y'all should have prayed a little bit harder that who did you boycott pass away. Because I'm gonna speak truth to y'all lies and y'all little fake narratives and y'all little fakeness. I'm gonna preach it every day I'm alive. Y'all better pray to God I die, because that's the only way I'm gonna shut up. Y'all better get on your knees and pray to God that I die, because if I don't die, I'm gonna be preaching and exposing y'all lies and y'all false narratives every day I got left. The ungratefulness of y'all. The ungratefulness of you human beings who claim that you are deserving of reparations. The ungratefulness of you human beings. And now you're trying to paint a narrative that all these terms mean the same thing because you want people to believe you. All these ethnicity terms mean the same thing, and you know you're lying. You know you're lying. Every time you say it out your mouth, you know you're lying. I'm going to claim all of them. I'm going to claim Black American, African American, even re-up want to claim African American. And Lord help y'all people. Lord help you people. I can't say no more than that. Lord help you. For God's sake, y'all need the Lord to help each of you. You're going to claim them all. You're going to claim Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, FBA, B1, Negro Freedmen, Freedmen, Negro, Black American, Negro Freedmen, peoplehood. All you're going to be doing is ensuring that your children and grandkids suffer the same harm that you have. Every time you say that out your mouth, you are helping your enemy. Make sure that the harm that they have inflicted on you for the past 54 years will get inflicted on your children and grandkids. So you're not fooling anyone. You may be indoctrinating and brainwashing those persons in your audience, but you're not fooling those persons who are out there who know how to think for themselves. Don't be confused when you're on these public apps that you are convincing those persons who may just happen to be listening, who know how to think for themselves. Don't lie to yourself to that degree. Don't delusion yourself to that degree, okay? It's not worth the time off your life, okay? It's just not worth the time off your life, okay? Don't waste that time off of your life. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it. You should I know you love yourself more than that. But I just had to stop in my tracks and do my broadcast because it's apparent that y'all folks don't want to tell your enemy that you don't want to tell your enemy that you don't want to be harmed no more. Because if you did not want to be harmed anymore, you will be telling your enemy every second of the day that you do not identify as Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, and FBA, all these made up terms. They don't have a bloodline. There's no DNA test that you can take. But y'all don't care about that. Y'all don't care about that German and that Asian and that invader jumping in front of the line in front of you. They get their human rights every single day. They get their self-respect every single day. They get their protection every single day. They get their resources every single day because they come from an original bloodline. Are we confused there? And they even got a nation. Most of them got a nation behind them. They got a nation that carries weight. That carries a lot of weight. They got a whole nation behind them, like Asian, Germany, Jamaica, Haiti, the continent, Italians, Europe, Russia, Palestine, Israel. You wake up and you witness folks protesting for the genocide in Palestine. It's just unreal. Folks wake up day after day and get the update of the protests about the genocide in Palestine, where America has genocide Negroes for the past over 54 years. And nobody seemed to be shedding a tear. Where is the bucket of tears? I should walk out my door and see a bucket of tears just lined up. Where is that bucket of tears? Where is that bucket of tears for the Negroes who have been genocide on paper? And genocide in every way humanly possible. They have been robbed of resources. They have been robbed of self-respect. They have been robbed of human rights. They have been robbed of protection. But no one is crying. No one is crying. Why is that? Why is no one crying and protesting for the genocide of the Negro bloodline? because y'all lying narrative it has been exposed. Folks are starting to realize that Negro is a real bloodline. That Negro land that's over there on that African continent is not imaginary. I'm quite sure any of us can figure that human beings walked across that landmass. Don't you think that's probably what happened? That human beings habitated that landmass called Negro land, and they have a original bloodline of people who are walking the face of the earth. Not that lying narrative that folks been trying to preach. Not that lying narrative that Naheem tried to preach, that Negro is a badge of slavery, where the Negro is going to get the last laugh. Newsflash. Newsflash. The Negro is the last laugh, because that really is a bloodline. But you can't say that same thing for that word called Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA and B1 and Negro Freedmen and Freedmen Negro and Black American Negro Freedmen and peoplehood. Can you make that claim about those terms? Are they a real bloodline? But y'all thought y'all was having a good old party. Y'all was having a good old celebration and a good old party and a good old celebration, making a joke about Negro. And the laugh is going to be on you. See how things works? See how poetic justice work? Look how poetic justice work in real time. America can take Negro off the census report, but America don't have the ability to erase the blood that's flowing through a person's body, do they? Until they kill them. And they're doing their very best. They're doing their very best to murder that bloodline. They're doing their absolute best to murder that bloodline, because they know that's the threat against America and the whole world. They're doing an excellent job of trying to kill off that bloodline and trying to send all y'all little minions out here to preach these lying narratives. Oh, I hope y'all got paid good. I hope to God y'all got paid good money, you little minions that went out here with your lying narratives on these social media apps. I pray to God you got paid good money, because whichever enemy that sent you out as little minions to preach these lying narratives about the ethnicity Negro, I hope you got paid good money. I just hope to God you got paid good money. But I would make a suggestion to you. Your will would not take precedence over God's will. So I wouldn't waste much more time off of my life for putting forth any effort to try to get rid of Negro bloodline, because as far as I can tell, God's will is going to take precedence as always. I'm not confused about that. See, I'm not confused about that. You folks who want to be brain dead to think that you're running the show, but you're not running the show. God running the show. And he got all of our names in that book. My name, your name, Sally's name, John's name, Derek's name. All of our names are in that book. And our day is coming. Our judgment day is coming. And God has recorded every one of you who have said anything against the bloodline Negro, anything that you have done or said against the bloodline Negro. You know who you are, and God know who you are. I may not know who you are. I may not know you, but God know, and you know. And it's recorded in that book. Just in case you folks think you gotten away with it scot-free, you ain't gotten away with it. It's been recorded. It's already been recorded. So you folks who call yourself adults, I would suggest you folks sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk with yourself. And seeing as how you folks don't have a backbone to do a boycott, don't have a backbone to withhold your vote, and you don't have a backbone to lobby for your identity, your birthright. I mean, y'all hitting y'all batting a home almost a home run there. Y'all folks are batting a home run almost. You don't have a backbone to do a boycott. You don't have a backbone to withhold your vote. Now you don't have a backbone to fight for your identity. Because I know y'all not confused. That Black American and African American box that you checked, that's not an identity. It belongs to anyone with brown or dark brown skin. Is there any confusion there? That person coming from Jamaica, they can check that box. That person coming from Haiti can check that box. That person coming from Canada can check that box if they brown or dark brown skin. That person coming from Nigerian can check that box. That person coming from Ethiopian can check that box. So why are y'all telling y'all kids and grandkids to continue to identify as Black American and African American? Why are you doing that? Do you want them to be harmed the same way you have been harmed for over 54 years? Is that why you're doing it? You're going to have to answer that question someday. You're going to have to answer it. You're not going to be able to be in La La Land and do like Don concerning Black American and Dante and sit on a public app and conjure up this delusional. You're not going to be able to do that because that's not real. Dante, do you think it's real, those words that came out of your mouth last night, that you're going to give human beings a deadline of Juneteenth 2025, that they cannot, if they are born biracial, that they will not be accepted by under the term Black, which don't mean anything now. I think folks need to come clean and tell the truth. Black doesn't mean anything. Are any of us adults confused about that? Well, go read the definition. Go, for God's sake, go read the definition on the OMB website and stop being confused or pretending like you're confused. Because a lot of you are pretending because you just want to hold on to that word Black American with a death grip because you feel like it means something to you. Because you feel like it's the culture. That's the term. We're going to claim them all. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. You really should. But you're not. You're not going to wake up not one day and feel ashamed of what you're doing. Because you certainly have the ability to click a link and go read the definition and then share it with your family and your children and grandkids. But you're not doing that. Instead, you are running around and continuing to tell them to continue to identify that way. That's how criminal that is. And then you want to claim to be activists. You want to claim to care about your community. You want to claim and profess that you care about your community. How can you fit your mouth to say those words when you clearly know you have preached and preached and preached about back of the hiring line? You clearly have witnessed the Germans, the Italians, the Caucasians, the Jews, the Irish, the Asians, the Latinos, the Mexicans, the Jamaicans, the Haiti, the Bahamas, the Ethiopians, the Nigerians jump in front of the line, in front of you, and your community, and your family. And you still insist on continuing to identify that way. When you have witnessed all these other ethnicities jump in front of you, they just skip right in front of you, and you continue to want to identify with a term that has made that possible. Why is that? Why is folks not taking to the streets and protesting around the clock, or boycotting these social media platforms 24 hours a day? Would that take much backbone? You ain't got to do it every single day. You can do it for a few days and take a few days off. Everybody ain't going to take days off at the same time. So it will eventually have its impact. Why y'all can't do that? Why y'all can't do that? Oh, it makes more sense for you folks to tell your community to get on an airplane, get in a car, get on a bus, get on a train, and pull up and spend money that should be going towards buying land and homes and investing in businesses. That make more sense to you than to tell your community to do a boycott of these social media platforms when they don't even have to leave their house. They don't even have to leave their house to do it. That can you make that make sense? They wouldn't even have to leave their house to do a boycott of social media platform, and do it until your enemy come to the table and meet your demand. You write out your demand. If you got 1 demand, 2 demands, 3 demands, 4 demands, 5 demands, 6 demands, well, you put them on that darn piece of paper, and you make your enemy come to the table. The same way Donald Trump sent an invite to Mark King Carter and Chicago Red, it's the same way they can send you an invite to discuss your demands if you show them you have a backbone. But you're not doing that because y'all folks too busy listening to Mark King Carter and Sexy Ray and Derek Gibson and Chicago for Red. That lady completely embarrassed herself the other night. All she cares about is Chicago. It's like she on a desert island. I'm just concerned about Chicago. I care about what's going on in Chicago. You worry about what's going on in your state. How foolish is that? That's why your enemy see you as a lightweight, as a middleweight, or no weight at all, because you don't even have the comprehension to even begin to compete against your enemy. When your mindset is that narrow, your enemy know you are a cakewalk opponent. Chicago Red, I wouldn't go on a public app anymore and embarrass myself like that. I just wouldn't do it. Please stop doing it. Please, for God's sake, stop doing it. It's just really embarrassing. Not only for yourself, but for the collective. I mean, folks just don't seem to realize your actions and your words don't only impact you, but it impacts the collective, a collective of population of human beings, not just one single human being, but it impacts the collective. So folks, y'all making it very clear to America and the OMB and the world that you are okay with not having an identity. You are making that very clear to your enemy. I hope y'all figured that out by now, because they certainly have figured it out. I go into these different spaces where these subpar human beings who call themselves WHITE, they know every time they say on their stage you are Black American, they are talking to a invisible human being. They take great pleasure in it. You can, if you listen real carefully, you can almost hear how much pleasure they get every chance they get to say Black American, African American out of their mouth on their stage, in their Twitter spaces, or any platform. If you really listening really hard, you can hear the pleasure that they take in saying those words, because they know those words mean nothing compared to their word white, and word German, and compared to their word Jew, and compared to their word Italian, and compared to their word Irish, and compared to their word Israel, Australia, Europe, all these nations, Russia, compared to those terms, they know your little word Black American and African American means nothing, because I'm sure they have taken out time to go read that definition on the OMB website. Even if you folks have not, I can pretty much bet that your enemy has read that definition. Even if you have not taken out the time to go read it, something just tells me they have. I just know, for some reason, I just can't imagine that they have not clicked that link and went and read it. I just cannot convince myself of that. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to convince myself of that lie. So my efforts will be to try to make contact with every Negro that's still alive. If that is you, click that link that I have posted in the description so that we can gather our number count. If you identify as a Negro, please click that link so we can gather our number count. Because America and the whole world wants to replace that bloodline. They're not trying to replace no bloodline called Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, FBA. They're not putting any energy or effort into replacing those made up terms. They have one mission. The whole world and America and all these nations know who the Negro bloodline is. They don't want you to know that. But some of us have found out. Some of us have found out the truth. And they're not too happy about that. Unfortunate. Too bad. Too bad. They thought they were going to keep it hidden. They really did think they were going to keep it hidden. So if you are that Negro, we need to know our number count so we can pass that on to our generations. And we can do everything we can do to demand our rights, our human rights, our self-respect, our protection, and our resources. Once we gather our numbers and figure out what that number count is and figure out what our collective power is, then we can start making plans and strategizing how we are going to fight against all of these nations who are been determined to take out the Negro bloodline. They got to remove them off the earth because they are God's chosen people. I think I remember when I was either on Clubhouse or over here on Fanbase, somebody had mentioned in a space that somebody put out a video of Africans who are taught what they are supposed to understand once they get to America to replace that population of Negroes. They literally have made a training video. They literally made a training video. They made a training video to train melanated persons how to replace the Negro population in America. I can't remember the video title, but I remember as clear as my name is on my birth certificate, someone mentioning that in a space on one of these audio spaces. And it shook me to the core. That you mean to tell me? No, wait a minute. I remember hearing the male voice. Either they were playing the video, and now as I talk to you, person, I'm starting to recollect that person's voice, that African's voice. Because see, Africans, they speak with an accent that's different from Negroes. And they so upset about that. They just so mad about that. Because they want to cosplay Negroes so badly, but the only thing they cannot remove is that accent in a voice that give them away. I mean, I even met a guy on Clubhouse who said he practiced speaking like I'm gonna say Negro, but I'm sure he said BLACK. He said he was proud of it. He came on the microphone and told the whole room that he was very proud of waking up day after day cosplaying being a BLACK. He also told all of us that was in that space that day that he had no trouble checking that box. Black/African American. How many immigrants have checked that box over the last 54 years and stole resources from Negroes? It'll never be added up. It'll never be added up. You got 54 years of individuals making a personal choice when they fill out an application or anytime they are asked the question, are you Black/African American? And you know your bloodline is Jamaican. You know your bloodline is Haiti. You know your bloodline is Bahamas. You know your bloodline is Ethiopian. You know your bloodline is Nigerian, but it did not stop you from checking that box. So that very moment, every time that you did that, you stole resources from the Negro bloodline. And God have it recorded in the book. You haven't gotten away scot-free. Even though you have told yourself that, you have not gotten away scot-free. So, as I started to say, I am in search of the Negro bloodline persons walking the face of the earth. Because that is critical that we preserve and protect the history that was carved out by Negro ancestors for 246 years. And everybody is standing in line to try to rewrite that history. They are standing in line like Black Friday to claim that they built that first 246 years. And every living Negro has got to do everything in their ability and energy and time and power to fight, to protect and preserve that legacy. Otherwise, these persons are going to be successful at rewriting that history. And in about 5 more years or 10 more years, they're going to have Germans were here first. They're going to have rewritten Germans, Irish, Italians, Caucasians, Jews, Asians, Latinos, and Mexicans. They were responsible for those first 246 years. See, they looking forward to rewriting those first 246 years, but they just got to wait till all those Negroes die off the face of the earth. They got to hope and pray that those Negroes hurry up and die off the face of the earth so they can make sure they have done a good job of rewriting that history. They're not gonna stop until the world come to an end. They're gonna be on that mission until the world come to an end. All these nations clearly know who God's chosen people are. Because ask yourself the question, is there any other ethnicity that's the whole world is trying to erase but Negro? Because if there is another one out there that I don't know about, please send it to my DM. I would like to know. Is there any other ethnicity that the whole world and the OMB and America and the Congress and the Senate is trying to erase but Negro? Is there any other ethnicity that they are trying to erase? Because if there is, I haven't heard about it. And that's all the evidence that you need, that bloodline is a threat to the whole world. Because America trying to get rid of the ethnicity Jamaica, are they? They're not trying to get rid of the ethnicity Asian, are they? They're not trying to get rid of the ethnicity German, are they? They're not trying to get rid of the ethnicity Nigerian, are they? We can just go down the line. And it's not going to be one that you can find other than Negro that the whole world, and especially America, trying to get rid of and erase. Of course, America is at the front of the line because they want that blood off their hands before they child turn 18 or 20. So they got to make sure everything is already in place, because 18 years from now, 20 years from now, when they child wake up and really get the understanding the world around them, they're not going to have to hear about that word Negro. They right on schedule. Because all they little bloodline descendants that born tomorrow, today, next week, next month, they're not gonna have to hear about that bloodline Negro, because they're gonna been on. Hopefully, they saying we're gonna been on erased it, so they're not gonna have to hear about that Negro bloodline bragging about they ancestors building America. Oh no. We cannot let them hear that bragging. So what we got to do We have to erase and remove that Negro word everywhere that we can. Because when they turn 18 or 20 years old, we do not want them to walk out into the world and have to hear anyone bragging about Negro slaves that built the wealth and the infrastructure of America. No, the Germans want to claim that. No, the Irish want to claim it. No, the Italians want to claim it. No, the Caucasians. I don't even want to call them Caucasians, really, because they all part of some bloodline over there in Europe. I'm really using a false word even to call them Caucasian. I'm really am. I'm really using a false word just by calling them Caucasian. I'm using a false word. But I'm gonna go ahead and do it for the sake of not make things too complicated. Folks just used to hearing the word Caucasian, but they more used to hearing that word called WHITE that I have abolished. That word has been abolished the same way BLACK has been abolished by Aquilin. I don't need the Congress to stamp that. Y'all see, I don't need their help. I made up my own mind, my little brain sat down and I said a little conversation with my little brain. I said, Aquilin, it's time for you to sit down and have a conversation with your little brain. And you are going to decide to abolish the word WHITE and BLACK. And so I did it. I stamped it. And it's done. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that, I stamped it. And I did the same thing with that word called white supremacy. I don't know why in God's name adults are still walking around here saying that. Do y'all want your children and grandkids to subconsciously and consciously to be harmed? Why would you want to call another human being superior over you? God didn't create other human beings to be superior over each other. God gave all of us knowledge, skills, and talents and abilities and creativity, but God didn't give any of us. He never wrote that he wanted another human being to be superior over another human being. I haven't seen where that was written. So why? Brother Muko, somebody need to get in touch with that man and have a conversation with him. Just have a private conversation with him and explain to him why it will be harmful to keep on saying white supremacy. Why would it be hard? Would it be hard just to say white evil? If you're so big and determined to say the word white, why can't you just put white evil? I wonder how different history would have turned out if that word would have been put in the atmosphere, white evil, instead of white supremacy. How different things would have turned out. That society would have got used to saying white evil instead of white supremacy. How different things would have turned out. I constantly ask myself that question. That some diabolical human being reached up in the sky and pulled out the word white supremacy and stamped it into the atmosphere and clearly knew what harm it was going to cause. Whoever came up with that word, white supremacy, clearly knew that it was going to cause harm in your subconscious and your conscious thinking. They clearly knew that. And it was going to be very proud of the harm that it was going to cause. They were clearly aware of that. because I'm not the smartest person. I'm just not that smart person. And we clearly, each of us can make our own evaluation that if you keep on saying something out your mouth over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, eventually your subconscious is going to start believing it. And then your consciousness is going to start believing it. We all have, each of us have experienced it. So it's no need to deny it. Each of us as human beings have experienced it. That subconscious mindset that we have that's beneath the surface, we call it the subconscious, our subconscious thinking, and then our conscious thinking. But yeah, I'm getting tired. I still have not recovered from being ill on the 29th of April. So I'm still trying to recover. But after Don / Concern Black America and Dante opened that Twitter space last night and embarrassed themselves as adults, trying to have a conversation and tell folks that they are deadline in effect, a deadline of Juneteenth 2025, that biracial persons born into the world will not be accepted by black, like black is really something. I mean, like you control the word black, like you control the word Black American, like you really have any control over any of those words. And you got clear proof of that because Jamaicans can be a Black American, African American. Barack Obama can be a Black American and an African American. Kamala Harris can be a Black American and an African American. That tells you all you need to know, that you do not have any control over that word, because America put that word into the atmosphere for their weapon, not your weapon, because they knew they had control over it. I don't know how you have convinced yourself that you have control over a word that America put at the top of their list as their weapon. Did they turn it over to you? And y'all didn't tell nobody about it? Dante, did America, April Showers, did America turn that control over to you, and they didn't tell the world? Because I am confused. I am confused. Did America turn that word Black American and African American over to you folks and give y'all control over it? Because I didn't hear about it. So y'all need to inform the rest of the masses that America made an announcement that they were going to relinquish control over the word Black American and African American and turn it over to y'all hands. Dawn, Concerned Black American, and Dante and April Showers, did America sign a contract and hand that control over to you folks, and none of us, the rest of us folks, don't know about it? Because I certainly didn't see a contract. I didn't hear an announcement or anything. I'm just kind of confused. I just don't want to be confused. That's all, you know. I just simply don't want to be confused. And I'm fed up with y'all lying behind folks, lying to these children and grandkids. I'm fed up with y'all folks. Like I said earlier, y'all better get on y'all knees and pray that I die, because I'm going to constantly use my platform to expose lies and y'all false narratives. I'm going to use every day I got left on this earth. YvetteCarnell had the audacity to do a broadcast and say Negroes were off code when they called into the OMB. YvetteCarnell, I heard your voice. I was listening all 3 days. Negroes were the only ones on code because they were the only ones who said Negro out their mouth. Won't that that wasn't that the reason for the call in? Or are we delusion? YvetteCarnell, you exposed yourself. You, I had, for the most part, said on my broadcast many a times how much respect I had for you and Antonio Brown. But you exposed yourself when you said that. See, you never know. You never know what you're going to do that's going to really expose your real intention. God always knows what it's going to be. YvetteCarnell could have never have imagined that was going to expose her true intentions. Because if she cared about the fight that she's claiming to fight, then she would be fighting 2 times or 3 times as hard for the term Negro that she's fighting for the term ADOS because it came first. You don't get a ADOS without a Negro, but she don't care about that. She cares about the 5 years that she have dedicated to her organization called ADOS. And if Negro get a grace, this gives her opportunity to put her organization in front of that history, but it won't. It's not going to happen because your enemy is going to bend on rewritten their selves into that 246 years. They're not going to have the word ADOS there because American descendants of slaves could mean anyone. I really finally took some time to reflect on those 4 words: American descendant of slaves. And I thought about it, and I kept thinking about it. And I said, if I'm being honest with myself, anyone can be included in that. But not anyone can be included as a Negro. But no matter how many times I say the word American descendant of slaves, I clearly know not one of those words is referring specifically to a Negro. It's referring in a broad general term, but to be specific to Negro descendants who were Negro slave. Those 4 words do not refer to that. And I'm not going to lie to myself and say they do, because they don't. Because you can go out into the big wide world, go march your little fanny out to the big wide world and say those 4 words, and they would not be able to come to a conclusion or the understanding that you are referring back to Negro ancestors who built this country for 246 years. They're not going to connect that because it doesn't give them that understanding by those 4 words. It's just plain as that. But YvetteCarnell had the audacity to get on her broadcast and say Negroes were off code who called into the OMB those 3 days. See, she didn't know she was going to trip herself up. So now I know who I've been listening to for over 2 years. I know the inside character of that person without really knowing that person, because she didn't have to embarrass herself and do a broadcast and say that the Negroes who called into the OMB and said Negro out their mouth were off code, when that was the whole purpose of the call-in, was that the OMB were announcing that they wanted to remove Negro, right? Where's the disconnect? YvetteCarnell, where is the disconnect? Where is the confusion? That you will embarrass yourself and really expose your true agenda and your true character, that you're going to get on a public app and say the Negroes were off code who called in and said Negro out their mouth to the OMB. See, folks just don't know what's going to give them away. They just never know what is going to give them away. Just don't know. You just don't know what day it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. You never know what hour of the day or what day of the week or what day of the year that it's going to happen. Well, it happened for YvetteCarnell when she made that broadcast about the OMB. For those of you who want to go back and listen to it, I think my memory served me right. It was a little over 2 hours. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you that I listened to the whole thing. I didn't. I couldn't stomach it. I was not going to put my stomach through it. After I got to the part where she said that the Negroes were off code, I pretty much hit pause and started doing my own broadcast. That's what I did. I'm gonna be honest with y'all folks. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I didn't continue listening anymore because I had finally realized that although I had always made it clear that I personally had once identified as ADOS until I made that self-correction and got my DNA test back and did my genealogy tree, and then I knew I had it wrong. I knew I was not going to dishonor and disrespect the ancestors by identifying any other way but Negro, because it was on my birth certificate, because it was on my family tree, and because Negro ancestors carved out 246 years, they made the sacrifice. So why would I disrespect them and dishonor them by going by anything other than Negro? If I am claiming to be a descendant of Negro ancestors and I am deserving of reparation, how can I run around and say I'm standing on truth, choosing to identify differently than they identify? I'm perpetrating a fraud. That's what I would be doing. After disrespecting my ancestors and dishonoring them, I would be, number 3, I would be perpetrating a fraud. And I'm not going to perpetrate no fraud. That's not going to happen. I'm going to say again, for all you folks who are so offended and feel that Negro is outdated, that's the only term that give you any rights if you are claiming to be a descendant from that bloodline. That's the only term that America know they owe a debt to. They don't owe a debt to these other terms because it was called Negro slavery. It was not called Black American slavery. It was not called African American slavery. It was not called Freedmen slavery. It was not called ADOS slavery. It was not called FBA slavery. So y'all got it figured out now that America don't owe any of you those terms a debt. The only debt that America owes are to the Negro bloodline. That's what Justice Thomas was trying to explain to you folks without saying it in clear language. But y'all little minions went out there and reshaped the narrative and gave folks the false narrative and turned it upside down. Because all those persons who read Justice Thomas' statement, they twisted it into a lie to suit their own agenda and their own self-interest. But what Justice Thomas was talking about was a Pacific group. If a Pacific group could prove harm, they had a claim. It was only one Pacific group harmed by America, and that was Negro slaves, right? So why y'all painting a different narrative now? Why are y'all doing y'all absolute best to paint a different narrative when you clearly are common sense and intelligent people who have done your research and you know it was documented as Negro slavery? So why are y'all painting a different narrative? Why? Why do you want to shoot yourself in the foot? Do you have a self-interest, a personal agenda? See, it's a lot of enemy. There's a lot of enemy folks is walking around with their own agenda and their own self-interest, but then they paint you a narrative that they for the people. They expose themselves just by what they standing on. Because this is a no-brainer. This information is not hidden. It's a no-brainer that there was one Pacific group that has not been paid, right? The Native Americans have been paid in part, even though America has come up short. They have been paid something. Am I mistaken? So who is left to get paid? There's only one Pacific group left to get paid, and that's the Negroes. That's why everybody is trying to conflate their narrative and attach it to the Negroes' narrative because they feel that they'll have a better chance of getting it across the finish line. But those claims have to be separate because they were separate during that time period. Those populations were separate. It was a Negro population that were on slave plantations. There was a population that was walking around free. There was a population that was identified as Native Americans. Those were three separate populations, and they were operating differently day after day. They were operating differently, and they suffered differently. So their claims are different. That's not hard to make sense of, to comprehend, right? It was three different populations. The Negro slavery population that were on slave plantations, the free persons who were walking around in a population as free persons who had paperwork giving them their freedom, and then you had a population who called themselves and identified themselves as Native Americans. That's three separate populations existing at the same time. That's three separate claims. If folks are bringing a justice claim because they were experiencing a harm differently, right? So why would they claims be conflated together? Unless folks trying to do a underhanded tactic, they would be kept separate because they were different. The populations, day-to-day life was different. The environment was different. So how can you in the 21st century think you have the ability to conflate them together? Only if you have your own self-interest and your own self-agenda would you be trying to do that. But folks don't care about that. They just care about their own self-interest and their self-agenda. Those are three separate claims. And can't nobody argue that the Negro ancestors justice claim has been sabotaged by all this conflation. and all these self-identifying terms. Y'all clearly have done a good job of sabotaging the justice claim that the ancestors deserve. And why you did not keep them separate, I don't know. But they should have been kept separate. But y'all greed and jealous, see, prevented you from keeping them separate. And that's why God has delivered a fat zero for the past 40 years. God is not going to reward dishonesty and ungratefulness. Did y'all really convince yourself that God was going to reward your individual ungratefulness? Did you manage to convince yourself that God was going to reward your individual, because each individual person made their own individual ungratefulness? Did you really convince yourself that God was going to reward that? I want to try to understand that. How did you convince yourself that God, a real God, who those of us who believe that it's a real God, was going to reward that? How did you convince yourself of that? I don't know, but I'm getting tired. And this broadcast is mainly for the children and the grandkids, because you adults deserve whatever you get. You don't have a backbone to boycott this country and force your enemy to come to the table, and the country has been taken over. The country has been invaded, but you still got little peons and little folks caping for their enemy, telling you to go vote, when the Latinos and the Mexicans locked up the voting block in 2020. So all those persons who were not 18 in 2020 have turned 18 by now, don't you think? So they have increased that voting block. Whatever that amount was in 2020, it has certainly increased, because certainly some persons have turned 18 since 2020. So if you want to listen to lying Mark King Carter and lying Sexy Ray and lying Chicago Red and lying Derek Gibson, then you can make sure that your family's faith go over that cliff, because Negroes and y'all persons who call yourself Black Americans and melanated, you don't have a population in 35 states, probably 38 by now, but black state majority says probably 8. So I'm gonna go with his number. I think it's only 8 out of 50. 8. Say it over and over. Say it over and over, because y'all folks needed to sink on your brain cell. Say that darn number over and over. You have a population in 8 states, but you'll get on a public app and listen to these lying people get in front of you and tell you that your vote matters. No, your vote matters until you put that voting card in that machine. So that should tell you to threaten your enemy to withhold your vote and get something before, if you got a backbone. But no, you want to convince yourself that you're going to change things when you only have a population in 8 states. How you plan to perform that Houdini? Please enlighten the rest of us. How do you plan to perform that Houdini when you do not have a population in 8 states, if that? So how do you plan to perform that Houdini? No, you have your best chance to leverage your power of your vote before you cast it, before you put that voting card in that machine, by threatening your enemy, because they need your vote until you put it in that machine. After that voting card go in that machine, you cease to exist. And you get to stand on the sideline and watch every other ethnicity get their human rights, their self-respect, their protection and resources, while you get crumbs. And it just keep repeating. It has repeated itself for the past over 50 years. So how many more years do you need to witness it before you get convinced? America and all these nations know the threat that is against them, and that is the Negro bloodline. The Negroes are God's chosen people. The Negroes are the doers and the shakers. Our ancestors proved that. They built wealth. They built communities and barely had clothes on their back and shoes on their feet. They did not have government programs or the right to vote. But they were able to build that because they had a backbone and they understood where their power lied. Their power lied in a collective mindset to know that they were Negroes first, because that had carved out the 246 years. That gave them the right to stick their chests out and to stand on something and to fight and die tooth and nail for something that they had already sacrificed for. They sacrificed for it for 246 years. And then they followed that up with dying in the Civil War to save your enemy's precious union. They sacrificed their life to save your enemy's precious union. And then your enemy reneged on their contract and reneged on Special Field Order 15. But y'all folks are so gun-ho to vote for your enemy. The only thing your enemy should be hearing out your mouth is your threat to withhold your vote if they don't meet your demand. And if they don't meet those demands, you need to be making them, informing them of the consequences of a boycott in every way, form, or fashion until they come to their senses. And that's just an ongoing thing. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be that way for a month or 3 months or 1 year or 2 years. It's going to be an ongoing thing, because your enemy is not going to keep on trying to defeat you. So it's never going to be an end to it. Now, it may be a mutual understanding reached at some point. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible between opponents to finally come to a mutual understanding, but it'll never remove that deep-rooted intention of those that mean your destruction. They'll just have to kind of temper it down, but it'll never go away. So you persons, you adults who are running around here telling these children that they are Black Americans and African Americans and all these other made-up terms, you are harming them the same way America harmed Negro descendants for over 54 years. And now you're playing your part. Because if you are not playing your part, you would be waking up, lobbying the Congress and the Senate to change that definition on the OMB. If you were not accepting the harm that has been done to you and the research that has been revealed to you, you have told America and the world that you accept that harm, because you're not taking to the streets and protesting. No, You too busy doing pull-ups and putting boots on the ground, lying to your community to convince them to continue to identify as Black Americans and African Americans and freedmen and ADOS and FBA, when you clearly know not any of those 5 words that came out of my mouth give you any rights in this country. A German has more rights than any of those 5 terms that I said out my mouth. An Italian person, an Asian person have more rights in America than those terms Black American, African American, freedmen, ADOS, and LPA. But y'all don't care about that. Y'all don't seem to care about that. So you're going to have to decide. You adults are going to have to decide. Are you going to put up the fight to not to pass this faith to your children and grandkids? Or are you going to take it lying down? Looks like you're taking it lying down so far. Looks like you're taking it lying down so far because you're not making any effort to change that definition. Are you? Are any of you taking any time off of your life to let America know that you are not a racial group? Are any of you making any effort to make that message clear to your enemy that you are not a racial group somewhere on the African continent? Are you doing that? Why are you not doing that? What's hindering you? Please enlighten me. What is hindering you? I don't know. But like I started to say earlier, the Negro bloodline is a real bloodline, and y'all folks thought y'all was going to get away with trying to convince people to reject it. And it turns out it really is a bloodline. And the narrative that y'all was painting applies to y'all terms. See how crooked and corrupt folks are? It turns out the very same narrative that you were trying to paint on Negro applies to each of y'all preferred terms. Black American, African American, freedmen, ADOS, and LBA. The very thing that you were trying to paint on Negro really applies to each of your terms. That's when you know you're dealing with diabolical, evil people. When they try to flip things, upside down. They try to flip things upside down and rewrite the narrative. The Negro is going to get the last laugh. How ironic. It's just poetic justice. It's downright poetic justice. It don't get no more poetic than that. I am just completely dumbfounded. I am completely dumbfounded. All y'all folks' effort to paint that lying narrative about Negro being a joke, being Spanish, meaning dead, meaning a badge of slavery. It was all for nothing. It was all for nothing. Isn't that sad? It was all for nothing. So sad. It's a very sad situation. Because you folks don't have the ability to remove that Negro land, do you? While y'all run around telling y'all little lies, you cannot remove that Negro landmass over there, can you? You can't get on no airplane and go remove that Negro landmass off of that map, can you? You don't have that ability. You have the ability to tell your lies, but you don't have the ability to remove that Negro land mass that's over there on that place called Africa that was not called Africa. See how that works? See how that works? Y'all see how that works? So I hope y'all don't had a good old party, a good old celebration. I hope you had a good old party, a good old celebration, a good old party, a good old celebration. Has the celebration ended yet? A good old party. Have y'all ended y'all party yet? Cause us Negroes and melanated person, nobody know how to party, party can't till you can't party no more. And nobody gonna outdo us. Ain't no one gonna outdo us. So I'm just kind of curious. Have y'all ended that celebration and that party that y'all been having for the past more than a year? You should be kind of exhausted by now. You should be kind of exhausted. But I know how us melanated folks are. We know how to party. We know how to throw down. We don't even get tired. We don't get exhausted when it comes to partying and celebrating and partying and celebrating. We just keep right on going until we drop. So I know some of you folks haven't ended y'all celebration. You folks have not ended your party. You still at it. I know you are. You having a good old party and a good old celebration, aren't you? But the Negro gonna have the last laugh. The Negro is going to have the last laugh. So don't expend too much energy. Don't expend too much energy and too much time off your life. Because God's chosen people, the Negroes, are going to have the last laugh. It's already written. God has written it. So if you feel when you feel the urge to want to take the time to go read it in the Bible for yourself, you'll know the truth too. You'll know the truth just as clear as what your name is. You will be able to read it for yourself. Nobody got to convince you. No one got to try to hit you over the head with a ton of bricks. You can just open that Bible that y'all folks feel that the white man wrote. It's a lot of hidden gems in there. I was so surprised. I'm going to tell you, I really was. I was so surprised to learn that all of that information was hidden in there. It just blew my mind. It just completely blew my mind when I started reading from the front of the Bible to the back to the end of the Bible. I said, Lord help us. All these gems that's hidden away in this Bible. Those evildoers thought we were gonna never open that Bible. They was mistaken. They miscalculated. They were mistaken. They miscalculated. Because some of us did open that Bible. Some of us did open that Bible and read it. So now they even had a room the other night trying to make a case as to, oh, you can't believe what's in the Bible. So you can't believe folks over here saying they are the God chosen people. Folks over here saying they are the God's chosen people. Folks over here saying they are the God's chosen. And folks know who the God chosen people are. But now they got to try to paint a different narrative because they know the truth is coming out. So they already campaigning. So a couple of sorry human beings the other night opened a space to try to paint that narrative. They want to already try to discredit that Bible. Because they miscalculated. They miscalculated. And they thought folks weren't going to open that Bible. So now they got to do some cleaning up. They got to do some cleaning up. They got to be in a hurry to do some cleaning up because they had thought it was hidden away. It was safely hidden away. So now they're going to be opening their spaces going forward to paint a different narrative. Oh, they got a lot of cleaning up to do. They got a lot of cleaning up to do. They got to clean up and paint some more new lies. They got to paint some more new lies, and they're going to be busy. They're going to be busy. They are going to be busy, and you can just stay tuned. You probably catch them here and there. You'll catch one of their broadcasts here and there. They'll be quite busy, so you won't don't fret. You're not going to miss it. They're going to be broadcasting so often you are bound to catch one of their broadcasts, or a couple of them, because they're going to be quite busy. They are going to be quite busy for a while, because they have to get busy painting another line narrative. Now that the truth is coming out, that those Negroes that were slaves for 246 years is the true bloodline of God's chosen people. And they don't know what to do about it. It's just so joyful. It's a joyful moment. It's a joyful time. It's a very, very joyful moment. And a joyful time to be alive. To see these diabolical people crumbling to the ground as they scramble like little ants and roaches to paint new lies. I mean, it's just at its finest. These human beings are at their finest. Oh, we need unity. We need unity. We're all feeling the pain. Y'all, we need unity. We need unity. All of a sudden, we need unity. We didn't have no unity when President Andrew Johnson rescinded Special Field Order 15. Where was the unity then? I would like to know about it. Where was the unity when President Andrew Johnson rescinded Special Field Order 15? Where was the unity when Negroes and melanated brown and dark brown skinned persons were going through Jim Crow laws and black code laws? Where was the unity? Where was it? It was missing in action. There was no unity doing black Jim Crow laws. They on the books. They still out there. You can go do your own research and read it for yourself. Where was that unity then? Where was that unity when they kept on making these laws to harm Negroes and melanated human beings? Where was that unity then? Where was it when Civil Rights Act was getting sabotaged? Where was the unity when affirmative action was getting hijacked and sabotaged? Where was the unity when Voting Rights Act was getting sabotaged? Where was the unity when redlining was forcing the Negroes and melanated persons to be homeless and jobless? Where was the unity? Where was the unity when Negroes and melanated persons were getting gunned down by Jim Crow police? No, y'all folks was on in your living rooms standing on police immunity. Police immunity. You weren't saying unity. You were crying about police should have police immunity. Your tune has changed, hasn't it? Now you're crying unity. Where was that unity when Jalen Walker got shot 90 times? Where was the unity when Jalen Walker got shot 90 times? Where was that unity when Jalen Walker got shot 90 times? So the next time one of you think about saying unity, I want you to ask yourself that question. Just pause for a minute or two and just ask yourself that question. Where was the unity that you're talking about when Jalen Walker got shot 90 times? Where was the unity when Jordan Neely got choked to death because he was hungry on a subway? Where was the unity when Negroes and melanated persons got shot down day after day by Jim Crow police? And it was clear as day that they were not receiving fair treatment. Most of them got shot in the back. Most of them didn't have a weapon. They were just, a narrative was painted that they must have had it. They may have had a weapon. They must have had a weapon. They may have had a weapon. They must have had a weapon. They may have had a weapon. So we killed them. We murdered them. And there was no unity. It was missing. It was missing. And so that unity is going to be missing until this world come to an end. Unless God's people, Negroes, take their rightful place. God has spelled it out in the Bible, so go read it. Go read it for yourself. It will not be any unity until God's people take their rightful place. And if that doesn't happen, the world's coming to an end. And it's all spelled out in the Bible. It's no other in between. It's very simple. God's people got to take their rightful place beside their Heavenly Father and bring about humanity in this world. God has spelled that out. That his people will rule beside him, beside their Heavenly Father. Otherwise, the world will come to an end. God has not left that as anything that is for any of us to have to guess about. Why is folks pretending like they don't know this? Why are they pretending like it's a secret? It's not a secret. Y'all know it's not a secret. Why y'all trying to pretend like it's a secret? Y'all stop it. Just completely stop it, okay? Because you know it's not a secret. It's spelled out in the Bible. And all the writing is on the wall. You got all the wars. You got all these nations going against each other. Everything that God spells out in the Bible, we are witnessing for the past. We have at least been witnessing it for the past 3 years or more. All these wars is spelled out in the Bible. All these earthquakes is spelled out in the Bible. All of these floods spelled out in the Bible. All of these fires are spelled out in the Bible. All of it is spelled out in the Bible. So why are you denying it? You ain't got to believe anybody. You can just say, well, okay, we are having all these floods. We are having all these wars. All these nations going against nations. Can anybody deny that's not the truth? Okay, and that's what's spelled out in the Bible. That nations will be going against nations, and it'll be wars against wars. Wars everywhere. Wars. W-H-A-R. W-A-R. I'm sorry. W-A-R. Y'all know that word, war. It's all spelled out in the Bible. So I don't know why y'all trying to pretend like it's a secret. Why you adults are trying to pretend like it's a secret. And I'm gonna say in closing, every adult should be boycotting this country. if they care about their children and grandkids' future. Every person who claims that they are adult should be boycotting this country and America to bring about some sensibility back to civilization. And that's going to take a lot of backbone and a lot of sacrifice. And it's not going to be done with no voting. But y'all know that. But y'all opt not to do the hard thing. You do the easy one. You know good and darn well ain't nothing going to change with no voting. You may get some wins here and there, here and there, here and there, here and there, but it'll never change on a grand scale. And you know this. You have over 50 years proof of that. 50 years. Go back and look at the data for yourself and evaluate it any way that you need to come to a better understanding of your decision to put your faith in voting. And you can't change the reality that you only occupy 8 states out of 50. So why do you insist on lying to yourself? Why? Why are you doing that? Because you are going to make sure that you pass the same faith that you have endured down to your children and grandkids if you don't make better a change. Now, every person is not in the same situation, so folks are just going to have to evaluate what is good. Those who are operating for the collective will operate and try to be on the same page for the good of the collective, and those who for their own selfish interest and self-agenda, they're going to continue to operate and get what they can. And right now, those who are operating as self-interest and self-agendas are winning. Just so we're not confused. Just so we're not confused here. So if you know that, if you know you're at a disadvantage, why not threaten to withhold your vote? Because that is your power until you put that card in that machine. That is your power. You are correct there. But once you put that card in that machine and you have not gotten anything up front, you cannot be convinced that you're going to get something after that voting card go in that machine. Why would it be asking too much to boycott social media until your enemy come to the table and meet your demands? Because you cannot compete with them as far as money, power, and control, but you can compete with them with your spending dollar power because they want it. They love money. They love money. But Dante is in all of these spaces telling you folks don't put any faith in boycotting, so y'all brain dead like him. And everyone and each person who is saying it out their mouth, because he's not by himself. Dante is not the only one that's saying it. It's a multitude of you who are running around here telling your people that boycotting won't work. That's one of your powers until the day you die. It's one of your greatest power. After your number count and after your own God-given ability that God gave you as a human being, God gave each of us abilities, and we have been blessed by our Heavenly Father to survive. I mean, we didn't do this by ourselves. We didn't do this by accident. We didn't just get lucky. That was by God's blessing that we survived. We have survived this long. Don't fool yourself. Don't lie to yourself and think that you've been running the show. No, it's been by God's will. God's will and his blessing that we have survived. But at the same time, God give each of us the ability to have a brain. And why is it so complicated and so difficult for adults to evaluate that their vote is their power? And that if your vote is your power, the person who want that vote should give up something for it. They shouldn't have to just stand in front of you and make empty promises. I'm going to pass this policy. I'm going to pass that policy. They shouldn't be able to do that. If you love yourself, they shouldn't be able to do that and get away with it. Because they should have a clear understanding from you that you are threatened to withhold your vote if they don't deliver something for you up front. That's number two. Yo voting, yo number two, and boycotting. If they don't deliver on those demands, then you activate your boycott until they come to their senses again. And they'll do it for a little while probably, and then they'll go back to their old little habits, and then they'll do it for a little while, then they'll go back to their old little habits. So it just be a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But that's just life. That's just life. The pressure has to constantly be applied, and the threat has to always be there on the table. Otherwise, most human beings just can't help themselves. They just want to be evil. They just want to be dishonest. They need encouragement to do the right thing. They just don't have it in their nature. They don't have it in their nature. So they always need encouragement to do the right thing. A good bit of folks need that. They can't operate without it. They got to constantly have encouragement to do the right thing. And that is what your threat of your vote, withholding your vote and boycotting serves that purpose. It does the job quite well. It does the job quite well, as long as you apply it. But if you don't apply it, then it won't have an impact. If you tell yourself it's not going to work before you even try it, you're already defeated without trying. So your enemy know that too. So I'm getting ready to close out. I'm gonna play the video that I made. That's 7 minutes and a half about the OMB and their decision to erase Negro. And then they decided, I don't know if the OMB have made a final decision to remove Negro from the term Black American and Negro from the term African American, but they did post something on the 12th of May 2023. I have not seen an update since that. But they were going to go to all the trouble to remove Negro from the term Black American and from the term African American. How much more clear can they tell you which term threatens them? I don't know how much more they can do to spell it out for you folks, for you persons who are running around here identifying as Black American and African American. What more can your enemy do to make it clear to you what they're threatened by? They are telling you over and over what threatens them. The term Black American threatens them. The same thing that J. Edgar Hoover tried to tell America. The greatest threat to America is the Negro unity. Go look it up and find it for yourself and read it. And since you want to pretend that you don't know that, go look it up on Google search engine. J. Edgar Hoover was asked the question, what is the greatest threat to America? And J. Edgar Hoover replied, the Negro unity. Go look it up. All you folks who are offended by Negro, all you folks who feel Negro is outdated, you ain't got no rights in this America's landmass without Negro. Y'all may not like that, and you may not want to swallow it, but that's just the fact of the matter. That's just the history. And none of us, not one of us had a vote. I didn't get a vote. You didn't get a vote. I'm sure my mother didn't get a vote. I'm sure whoever my father was didn't get a vote if they were Negro. Now, those persons who went through that 246 years, they got a vote because they made a sacrifice. Those that lived and died during those 246 years, they got a vote. But me and you, we didn't get a vote because we didn't make the sacrifice. That's the only ethnicity and race term that give Negroes any rights in this America. Y'all can believe all that empty print that's on those 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments and those articles and those declarations until you're blue in the face. But the real rights were carved out by 246 years of blood, sweat, and bones and tears. That's the contract that tied the ancestors to this landmass. And that's why America has to get rid of the term Negro. That's why the world, who also benefited from that Negro slavery, wants to get rid of Negro. All of them know who they are. They know what part they played. They all want that blood off of their hands. They trying to play innocent now. They can't play innocent as long as that Negro term is in existence. They think they're gonna erase it. They think they have they think they really have convinced themselves that they're gonna their will is gonna supersede over God's will. They are some delusional people. They are so delusional. They have convinced themselves that their priority of getting rid of Negro and erasing Negro is going to supersede God's will. Oh, that is pitiful. That is so pitiful. That is real downright pitiful. So you folks are going to have to make a decision. Are you going to gather up your pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters and lobby the Congress and the Senate and the president definition on the OMB? Are you just going to accept that Negro give you your rights in America? That's the only ethnicity that give any descendants of Negroes any rights in this country. Y'all can believe all these other lies until you die, but America's telling you every way they can tell you which term threatens them. They have told you in many ways which ethnicity term they are threatened by. And you're going to have to make a decision. Are you going to decide to continue to be harmed for 55 more years, let it turn into 55 years instead of 54 years? You're going to have to decide, do you want America to continue to harm you and make it be 55 years? Because when April the 27th, well, I'm going to say April the 27th because that's when Talent New Negro Republic posted his submission that spells out in detail of how America has been harming Negro descendants. So y'all folks can decide for yourself. Do you want to go read that submission? But I mean, most of folks should have already had figured out America was harming us. I mean, it really shouldn't have. It really don't even really have to take that 8-page submission to explain this to you. I personally was born in 1962, so I've had 62 years of data, of lived data, not some words on a piece of paper, but lived data for 62 years that makes it clear to me, give me a clear understanding. See, I don't just rely on research. I rely on what my lived experience has been. Nothing is more solid than that. No research, no facts, no data is more solid than my lived experience. And I knew that. America was harming distance and my bloodline. I mean, who can be confused about it? Who in God's name can be confused about that is what America has been doing since emancipation? I mean, it's no hidden secret about it. It can't be a hidden secret. It's all documented. I mean, isn't it documented? They have it documented that they've been harming Negroes since emancipation. They haven't kept it a secret. But then Talent, New Negro Republic, did his own research and did connect some dots for those who want to read it. But you have all the information you need from your own personal lived experience. And then you can connect that to the research that you uncover and see how it matches up. And then you'll know that it matches up because it does match up. It does match up. It does match up. So you're not going to be confused because you're going to be able to match it up with your own lived experience. And nothing tops that. So, folks, y'all gonna have to make up your mind. I know this. I know you probably need to go get a resuscitation machine. Many of you need to go get a resuscitation machine and get resuscitated because you just did not want to identify as Negro. And so you may have passed out during this broadcast, but this is very dangerous. What is going on here? This is no joking matter. The immigrants are coming in to replace Negro bloodline because they have the same skin tone. And then you have these other nations who are invading and taking over with a population count. See how that works? You got different methods and mechanisms that are in play. They all working simultaneously. The Africans, not all Africans and not all Caribbeans are aware of this diabolical plan, but some of them are. Some of them are, and they are in denial. But I know I am not crazy. I remember hearing that video that African people were talking about how they are trained to come to America and replace Negroes. I heard it with my own 2 ears, and I am not lying. I hadn't thought about that video for a very long time until I started doing this broadcast today. It really had went to the back of my mind, my memory. But I remember hearing that person's voice on that video explain how they are taught or trained or taught or trained. Can't remember the exact words that they used on the video, but they are clearly understanding what is their goal when they land in America. Because see, America needs that to happen. And that made sense to me when I heard it, because it made sense because America needs to replace the Negro population with the population of these other countries so they can keep on propping up their governments. They cannot continue to contend with the Negro bloodline with the pushback, because they want to keep on selecting the governments in Haiti. They want to keep on selecting the governments in Jamaica. They want to keep on selecting the governments in Bahamas. They want to keep on being able to select these governments, these straw governments, and they cannot do that because the Negroes are in their way. And so it made sense when I heard that. It did. And then when you look at how they are being handpicked to take positions at the local, state, and federal level, you will have to be brain dead not to see the writing on the wall. And you can see how they are controlling the Congressional Black Caucus And it's all spelled out there. I mean, if you're really applying critical thinking, you can come to the evaluation on your own. Replacement theory is in effect, full effect, full effect. And the sad rumor that I heard somebody mention recently, that they are building tournament camps in mega prisons. If we're not careful, and if we don't reclaim our Negro bloodline in this country, we're going to end up like Palestinians, and we may end up in some type of tournament camp, because we are an invisible race without that term Negro. They know as long as they can keep the population identifying with the term Black American and African American, they are invisible terms. They are imaginary racial group. So it won't be far-fetched to think that we just may end up in a tournament camp or a mega prison, because they certainly have been hired on the police force. They certainly making it clear to you they hiring them on the police force and letting them in the military. That's just one step away from controlled society. Society mean that there's going to be one specific group that's going to be targeted. And who you think that specific group is going to be? First, it's going to be the Negroes, and then it's going to be all other melanated brown and dark brown skinned people. Do y'all not see the writing on the wall here? What is blinding you folks? Whatever it is, you need to clear it up, because these people are outnumbered. They are coming over here to outnumber for a reason. Not for exercise. They're not coming over here. They're not coming over here in these numbers for exercise. They're coming over here for a purpose. They're coming over here for a purpose. And for all you melanated persons who are caping for the Republicans and the Democrats and the Independents, you doing good right now. You better count your chickens while you can. You better pray to God that you don't lose your position. That you keep the position that you have. If you are in that 50% bracket, above 50% bracket, you got that house, you got that land, you got that job, you got that position. You better hope it stays in place. And they skip over you. You better hope and trust that happens. That you keep the position that you currently have. That comfortable position that you currently have, you just hope and pray that you keep it now. Because the spelling is clear. That the Negro bloodline has to be removed from this earth, so that everybody else's agenda can be accomplished. All these nations can come over here and take over America. I mean, they can't hide it anymore. They hid it as long as they could. Clear as day now that's what all these nations' intentions are. That's why America is getting nervous about that little Caucasian box on that census report. They're trying to figure out how many is on 18. Well, the Ukraine and the Israelites are on the side of the Jews and the KKK and the diabolical evil human beings and the 12 colonies. They all probably lumped together because they all with the same mindset. That's right. The Ukraine and the Israel folks are the same people. They come from the same bloodline. They come from the same bloodline. And all these nations want to wipe out one bloodline. That's the Negro bloodline, because they are God's chosen people. And they are not going to be happy until that get accomplished. But they're not going to get it accomplished. It's just not going to happen. Do y'all really think that the Negro bloodline has survived by accident? Is that what y'all have convinced yourselves of? No, it's been the will of God that God's people be protected. That's how they have survived over these 400 years. Y'all, y'all can't be that delusional, can you? Y'all cannot be that delusional. That the Negro has been attacked for over 400 years, and no matter how many times they get knocked down, they keep getting back up. That's God's will. That's not no human beings will. Us mortal human beings, we mortal human beings think we are in control, but no, those that have a brain in their head know there's a higher power than themselves. They don't operate with that delusion that they little mortal human body is controlling and running the show. No, they're not confused like that. They clearly understand there's a higher power than a little mortal human body. And they trust in that and they believe in it. Because they have had a lived experience that make it make sense. So all these nations is out to destroy the Negro bloodline. That's every nation on the face of God's green earth. Now, it's no reason to paint a paintbrush that every person that's a part of those nations is in agreement with that. I don't have that information. I'm just going to look at the information that I can make sense of, that I can clearly see with my own two eyes. I can clearly see that America is hiring invaders on the police force. America is letting invaders into the military. And so I can just clearly see how they are rolling out the red carpet for non-activities of life. While at the same time, locking up Negroes and murdering Negroes and making them jobless, because they don't think Negroes are important enough to create jobs for them, but they certainly found a way to create jobs for invaders. So do I need to be brain dead not to see the writing on the wall of replacement, of genocide? Why would I be confused? Just from what I just said, I ain't even got to say all the rest. I mean, it's so much more. It's so much more. It's so much more. The Germans and the Italians and the Asians, they are already trying to rewrite the narrative. We were here first. We were indentured servants. We were the first slaves on America's soil. They already laying the groundwork. They all use the same playbook. Replacement. Genocide. You would have to be brain dead not to see it. You would literally have to be brain dead not to see it. Folks tell on themselves. They literally tell on themselves. They like telling on themselves. They like bragging. See how that works? And I know I'm going to keep on harping back to that video where I heard that African person talking with that accent, how they are trained, or they are programmed or practice or do whatever they have to do to have an understanding that they are over here to replace the Negro bloodline. I don't know who made that video, who indoctrinated those people to inform them to think that way, but it's diabolical. But then America decides to give the African continent all this billions of dollars or millions of dollars, 55 out of the blue. Was those some plane tickets? Was that money to pay for plane tickets tickets for folks to get, for more bodies to fly to America to replace the Negro bodies? I think that's what my mind tells me. My mind tells me that $55 billion, or well, was it 55 billion or 55 million? That was plane tickets for folks to buy plane tickets with, to speed up that replacement agenda. They need to speed it up because those Negroes are waking up too fast. Those Negroes are waking up too fast. They got to speed it up. And then the Pan-African people tell you every day they get a chance to tell you they want black flatness. They want that ethnicity Negro to disappear. They want all brown and melanated dark-skinned persons to be flattened into black flatness. I don't know how your enemy can spell it out any clearer to you. Black greatness. I heard about your immigrant bloodline. I knew when I made my video a month or two ago that you were not African American. I knew it was something that was bothering you every time you heard the word immigrant. Turns out you are from Barbados or something like that. What? I can't pronounce the name, but it starts with a B, I think. Black greatness 666. Why didn't those persons in that Pan-Africa space with you expose your true identity? Why? Why all those times that I came into y'all space, y'all never let it hinted that black greatness 666 was an immigrant, an African from the African continent. Be proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that my so-called DNA test says that my blood originates from the continent. I'm proud of that because I know I'm from that Negro land over there. See how that works? Black greatness 666. It makes sense to me why my DNA test comes back saying that my blood originates 80 to 90%, no, 89 to 91% from that continent over there that folks like to joke about Negro land. It makes a lot of sense now because I knew good and darn well that my mother did not take wings and fly here. I knew I had not taken wings and flew to America from African continent. So how did my blood get over there? It's because of that Negro land over there. That's why my blood is spread out throughout that continent, because the Negroes were running for their freedom. They was moving about and intermixing with different other bloodlines and different other areas. And their blood got spread all over that landmass. It's just common sense. It's just plain old common sense. And God is going to reveal all of that in due time. God is going to reveal all of that in due time for you folks who want to be in denial, who want to paint lying narratives. You just stay tuned. If you're still alive, it's going to be revealed in due time. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. You folks is think y'all running the show. Y'all really think y'all running the show. All you nations think you're gonna wipe the Negro bloodline off the face of the earth. Y'all better, y'all best open that Bible and read it in a hurry. You need to hurry up and read that Bible because y'all plotting y'all intentions to replace the Negro bloodline on this landmass that Negro ancestors carved out for 246 years. You think God is going to stand by and let that happen? No, y'all really think God is going to stand by and let that happen? I'll say again, It has been no accident that the Negro bloodline has survived for over 400 years. It's been God's will. Against all the evil that has been put against the Negro bloodline, they have continued to survive after over 400 years. So let me get ready to close out here. I want you adults to make up your mind to take some of that money that you nickel and diming for your community and lobby for that definition to get changed on the OMB website. Take some of that money that you nickel and diming for your community for these pull-ups and these boots on the ground and these events and these protests. Take some of that money and lobby the Congress and the Senate to change that definition so your children and grandkids will not have to suffer more than 54 years of fate that you have endured of harm. That would be a good plan of action, wouldn't it? To take some of that money that Tariq Nasheed is raising for his event that's supposed to raise $50,000 or $80,000. Just bizarre. It's just completely bizarre how you people allow these scammers and hustlers to scam you out of your money, nickel and dime you out of your money, instead of putting your money in a cookie jar and buying land and houses and investing in businesses. It's just amazing how these people do this and lay down and sleep like a baby at night. I don't know how they live with their conscience, but God gonna take care of them. God is gonna take care of them. You can bet your bottom dollars on that one. God is gonna take care of each and every one of them. All of you persons who are out there hustling and scamming your community. And just before I leave, Mark King Carter and Sexy Ray, I finally dawned on me what y'all plan of action is. Y'all want to replace the legacy organization. Y'all want to be the new honchos, head honchos in town. It finally hit me. It did. It finally hit me. Y'all are working overtime to replace those elders who've been holding down the fort for 20 and 30 and 40 years. Y'all are the new honchos in town. Y'all gonna be running the show in those little 8 states that you got a population in. It finally dawned on me why y'all caping so hard. It finally dawned on me why y'all folks are caping so hard. Y'all want to replace those bodies who've been in position for 20, 30, and 40 years when the Negro have been harmed for the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. See how that count goes? Well, you legacy organizations, you elders who've been holding your position for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, some new bodies are getting ready to show up and replace you. Don't just hold on for a little while longer. You ain't got long. They're going to be showing up to replace you. And they ain't going to be able to change very much when they only occupy 8 states of a population. But they'll go up there and preach that. They'll go up there and preach it to their community. Oh, we're going to bring about all these changes because we're going to elect our candidates. When you only have 8 states to elect candidates, then you got to have a perfect election where every candidate that you run, local, state, and federal, get across that finish line. You're going to have a miracle. You're going to have a downright miracle that every candidate that you run get elected in each of those 8 states out of 50. You're going to have to pray that each one of your candidates at the local, state, and federal level get elected across that finish line. And you're going to need some Asian votes. You're going to need some Latinos and Mexican votes and some Caucasian votes to get your candidate across that finish line. But see, if you had a backbone, and demanded your reparations and your repair, you wouldn't have to worry about voting anymore. You wouldn't have to worry about immigration because you would have your repair and you could live anywhere in the world. You'll have your own land and your own cash that the country that has harmed you for 54 years owe you. Yep, they owe you more than the last 54 years, but we're just going to focus on the 54 years, the last 150 years. Just really make it, let's just make it, let's just make it as accurate as we can, last 150 years. But I'm just going to focus on the last 54 years. Because, see, I've only been alive for 62 years. America owes a debt of Special Field Order 15 and direct cash payments from the IRS. That is what America owes Negro descendants. Now, I don't know anything about all those other ethnicities that folks are going by, but one thing is crystal clear, that America owes one specific group that was harmed due to Negro slavery. And that Pacific group are Negro. And if you don't fit into that bloodline, then you go over to the side and bring your justice claim against America based on the harm that was done to your group. Because you are not part of the Negro's bloodline group if you don't have paperwork. If you do not have that paperwork, you are not included in that bloodline. Let's stop arguing about this. We are grown-ups here. We are clearly grown-ups. We clearly know people have paperwork that say Freedmen on it, paperwork that has Black Freedmen on it. We have people who have paperwork that says Native American or Aboriginal or something other than Negro. Because they are on these public apps saying it out their mouth constantly. So we know it was three groups back then. Three different populations. The Negro population that was on the slave plantation, the free population that was walking around free, and the Native American population. That was three environments being subject to Negro slavery. But they were separate. And so they have three separate justice claims. What is confusing about that? But folks have been doing their absolute best to sabotage the ancestors' justice claim. They have done a good job for the past 40 years. They have done a superb job for the past 40 years. But I'm here to try to find the Negroes, because that's the number one priority. Even before trying to demand that America honor the Special Field Order 15 contract, the Negroes have to gather each other. They have to find each other and know what their number count is. And then they know what their number count is and how many persons are alive to dive out their consequences to America for not re-implementing Special Field Order 15. You can't do that until you know your number count. You can't go to war without knowing your number count. I know brain dead person try to fight a battle without knowing if they got 10 people, 100 people, 500 people, 1,000 people who are going to fight that battle. So all the Negroes need to find each other. We need to make every effort to find each other and gather our number count. And then put our heads together and strategize and plan for the next generation's future and our present day future, and to protect and preserve our ancestors' legacy. And then make it very clear to our enemy of what our demands are. Because that is what the Negro bloodline is entitled. It's already spelled out in Special Field Order 15. Everything that the Negro ancestors were able to get in writing is in Special Field Order 15. Every ounce of human rights, every ounce of self-respect, every ounce of protection, every ounce of resources, financial security is all wrapped in that Special Field Order in a neat little bow. Just all wrapped in it in a little neat bow. So that's what the Negro bloodline, I hope, will want to fight for. Because see, these other folks, they too busy over here lying to their community and convincing them to continue to go by Black American and African American and these other terms when they know all of them are harming that person day after day. So we're not a part of that. Negro's bloodline is not a part of that madness, because we got the paperwork. We got the paperwork. As long as we got the paperwork, we got the birth certificates, the marriage license, the death certificates, and the census reports. We got the paperwork. And just in case folks think that they're going to erase, I have already downloaded my family tree a couple of times on a couple of discs. So unless America is coming to my door and put a gun to my head, they're not getting my floppy disk, my little what they call them, little portable disc things that you can hold in your hand. Unless they put a gun to my head, I've already taken the time, the painstaking time to download all that documentation of my family tree that says Negro on it. I've already downloaded it. You're late. You're very, very late. Don't bother wasting the time. I've already downloaded it on a floppy disk, on one of those little portable discs, whatever they call them. You're too late. You're just too late. I've already downloaded it. For safekeeping. For very, very safekeeping. I want to make sure that it's safekeeping. I'm going to protect it with my life. And then when I die, I'm going to make sure it's spelled out that whoever inherit those discs to protect it with their life until they die. And then they pass it on to the next person. And that's just going to be a regular thing that's going to be in writing. Because, I mean, I've already told my daughter. And I told my family. They see what I'm posting. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I was talking to a person on Twitter land, and we came across this picture when we were doing our search. And one of these persons looked like one of my cousins, my first cousin. I said, dang, that person looked like my first cousin. Why is that person looking like my first cousin? So I stopped in my tracks and sent the image. I sent the picture to my first cousin on Facebook. And I said, who this look like? I didn't even give it away. I didn't even give it away to them. I said, who do this look like? And they came back with kind of whatever. They didn't even have a complete sentence. So I had to reword the question again. I said, does this look like Rick? Cause my cousin, we call her Rick. That's her nickname. And she said, yeah. And then she came back and just had one word, yes. Cause she didn't want to have. She didn't bother about a lot of words, just made it just as few words as possible. You got to be able to kind of like read the slang and to read the language, the exchange, because she didn't make no complete sentences. So that's downloaded. That's downloaded for record keeping too. I'm just still trying to uncover that information. It's got a lot more research got to be put into that department, because that picture should not look like my first cousin. Why is that? I'm still asking that question. Why does that person look like my first cousin? I got to do some more research and get some answers if possible. Okay, folks, it's time for me to bring it to a close. I'm tired. I'm going to play the video. And I would suggest you persons who are opening these Twitter spaces and these live broadcasts on YouTube and all these social media platforms that you get into gear and start lobbying the Congress and the Senate to change that definition that they have on the OMB website for Black American and African American. Otherwise, your children and grandkids is definitely going to suffer the same way each of us adults have suffered for the past 54 years. So the choice is yours. Because my paperwork, I have my paperwork. My paperwork says Negro. And that is what I'm going to be until the day I die, regardless of what the OMB do, or the Congress, or the Senate, or the president, or the vice president. I have my paperwork. I have my documentation. It says Negro on it. And then unless they planning on collecting my documentation, they can change anything they want to change at the federal, state, and local level, because I'm not playing these little games with them. I'm 62 now. I can go for broke. What can they do to me that will kill me? What can they do? I'm going to more than likely die a natural death. So unless they jump in front of that, unless they jump in front of me dying a natural death and the good Lord taking me from here, what more can they do to me other than kill me? So I'm a Negro. I'm not playing these little games no more. I played a little game for 50 some years. And I checked that box, Black/African American. I did. I played a little game for over 50 years. I'm not playing it no more. I made that decision. I'm not playing that game. And I get to decide that. And I have been deciding that, because every time they keep sending me these, every time I have to fill out something, they keep asking me that question, and I keep writing in Negro American. And I'm going to keep on writing it in, because I know they still trying to get a ideal of how many Negroes are still alive, even after that decision that came out on the 28th of March. They think they trying to be slick. They trying to be slick. I've been very observant of everything that I'm filling out, online, offline, and they keep asking that question. And so since they keep asking that question, my common sense tells me they know they haven't succeeded all the way. Because see, they clearly know they have not collected all of these birth certificates that have Negro on it. They clearly have not spent any time collecting all those death certificates that have Negro on it. They clearly know they have not collected all those marriage licenses that have Negro on it. They clearly know folks don't download those census reports that have Negro on it. They know this. They got a problem. That's a major problem. That's a major, major problem for them. They don't like that. They got a major problem. And I guess they're trying to figure out how they're going to figure it out. Because they know folks are not going to hand over their documentation to them. So what they going to do? They got a problem. They got a major, major problem on their hands because they cannot collect all of those birth certificates and marriage license and death certificates and census reports. They cannot do that. So they got a problem. Okay, folks, y'all have a good one. I'm going to play this video for a little while. And then I'll probably shut it down. I'll just have to shut it down and get back to my business stuff. You know, I got to get some business stuff done today. And I have disrupted my whole schedule for today to do this broadcast because I just cannot stomach lying folks, as I told y'all that. I have said on my audios, my broadcast, I just cannot stomach lying people. My sister, I keep telling y'all, it just irks my stomach to hear lying people. It just irks me to the core. I mean, it just really does. It just really does it really just bothers me to the depths of my soul to hear lying people like Don and Dante was in that space on Twitter last night. They was sitting there on that public app telling people that they felt that they was going to have the ability to give them a deadline of June 2025, that if they are born biracial, that they will not be accepted by BLACK. Like BLACK really is something. And that's if you have not read the definition on the OMB. I mean, that was confusing. It was that's how bizarre. And that's when I realized they were trying to hijack my narrative that I've been saying on my video. They thought I had turned senile, and I wasn't going to remember what I said on my own video, and they were going to hijack it and I try to apply it to black, but it only applies to Negro. But they going to make every effort to try to apply it to Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and LPA, but it don't work that way. What I've been saying on my live broadcast applies to the Negro bloodline only, and it's spelled out in the Bible. And you ain't got to believe me. You ain't got to believe what's coming out of my mouth. Go read it for yourself. Go south. But I was not going to let them think that I was going to let them hijack my talking points. They all doing a good job of hijacking my talking points. Like April Showers, Mark King Carter, Denmark, Dawn, all of them, they know who they are. And I know who they are because I have heard them. Maybe they think I have not heard them. I heard them here and there. And I clearly remember what come out of my own mouth. And then I happen to hear it coming out of somebody else's mouth. Like Marcel for Dixon, like Marcel for Congress said on the other space the other day. We are a swing vote. Now, I've been listening to that brain dead man for well over a year. And that had never came out of his mouth until the other day. That came out of my mouth. I told them that on Clubhouse in 2022. I remember saying it to them, and they just talked over me and booted me, just like they did on Twitter land. Ain't no difference. Just a different app with the same old, same old. I clearly was saying that out of my mouth when I was preaching about boycott. And I said the Negro vote should be a swing vote, and they didn't pay it no mind. But now they want to hijack it, and now they want to start preaching it. I've been saying that for the longest. I've been preaching about networking and knowing your number count. I see they starting to get in gear about that a little bit. That's a good thing. That's a really positive thing. I'm glad they finally deciding to get in gear and try to put that in place. That's a good thing. But it took them since I Clubhouse on the 5th of January 2022. It's taking folks a long time to get around to doing that, to get in gear and want to put that in place. I guess they didn't like my broadcast when I was making them feel shame when I was telling them they shouldn't be telling folks to go vote if they don't know their number count. So they don't want to face that wrath. So now they got motivation. Because every time I said it to them before, they were like, I ain't putting my name in no database. I'm not putting my name on no email list. I'm not putting and this or that and this and that and this and that. But now, all of a sudden, that tune is changing. It should have already been in place. Whoever been in this lane for over 40 years, why in God's name somebody did not think about putting together a database and an email list or a Facebook group or a Twitter community way before now? Who in God's name was running the show? Was it y'all young folks who y'all say y'all got it now? Was it y'all? Should the blame be put at your doorstep? No. Should it be put at the middle age generation? Should it be put at the elder generation? Should it be put at the senior elder generation? Seeing as how y'all folks love to take great pride in blaming that generation that came before you, who should that doorstep be put on? Because it's better. Y'all been fighting this fight for 40 years, right? Well over 40 years since 1980. Just when I was coming out of high school. So who should the blame be put on that nobody decided to put together a database or email list or a community group on Facebook or Twitter or any of these platforms before now? Why is that not in place? Somebody need to answer for that. Don't you think someone should answer for that? All you folks who claim to be activists, especially Mark King Carter, he said he's been in the game for 25 years. Where's that database? Where's that email list? That's just a no-brainer. I mean, that was the first thought that popped in my head the first month that I was on Clubhouse. I mean, I made the assumption, I'm going to tell y'all, I made the assumption that somebody had already started it. I did. I said, well, I know all these people are talking and saying this and saying that, but somebody don't put together a database or email list or a Facebook group or some type of group somewhere where they are in a network with each other. Somebody don't done that. And you just got to get an invite. I just told myself that. I made that assumption and I made a fool of myself because no one had put it in place. No one had done it. Why? Why in God's name had that not been done? After 10 years of this so-called movement, after 15 years of this so-called movement, why didn't somebody say, we're going to need a database, we're going to need an email list so we can know what is our number count? Somebody should have said that. And even if all these fractions of organizations and networks are split up, you need to know what your number count. And then if you are not on the same page with each other, you're going to have to figure out how to combine and get a count of the collective number count of all those different separate organizations and networks. You should at least want to do that. That's the least that you should want to do. I know you're not going to be able to get along with everybody. Everybody not going to be able to get along. If it's 5 people, all by their little 5 lonesome self, they are a network. And then you got another 5 over here. That's another network. And then you got another 5 over here. That's another network. that's trying to get on the same page. And if they want to vote, they need to understand they are a voting block. They are 5 little persons in that voting block, all by their lonesome self. Or it's 2. Whatever that number count is, you need to know that. And why somebody hasn't done that, I don't know. But they quite busy telling folks to go vote. They quite busy telling folks to go vote. And they don't know their number count. Well, one number count that you can know, you only have a population in 8 states out of 50, if that, maybe 12. You may have 12, but I'm gonna go with black state majorities estimate. I believe that man know a little bit of what he's talking about, and I completely support their effort to encourage folks to do the great black migration. Y'all love that word black, so y'all should be trying to hook up with him and see if you want to support that migration, because I mean, they taking over these states faster than you can blink your eyes. They are taking over, they're overrunning these states faster than you can blink your eyes. So you may be motivated to pack up that U-Haul and get to one of those 8 states that have a certain amount of population of the same skin tone as yourself. You may want to do that. You may just want to decide to do that, or you may not. You may want to stay put and just hunker down. You're going to decide that for yourself, but they don't already took over California. They taken over New York, and I think they don't took over Minnesota. They don't took over Florida. I guess they in the process of taking over Arizona and Texas. Who knows how many states they don't took over in the last 4 years. So you can decide if you want to keep on believing these lying people telling you to go vote and not get anything for your vote up front, or you can have a backbone and threaten America and these candidates that they're not going to get your vote if they don't give you something before you cast that vote. That's a fair exchange. That's a very, very fair exchange. But it's going to take some backbone to get that. They're not going to hand it over to you without you demanding and standing your ground. They're not going to volunteer to want to give it to you. You're going to have to show them that you have the backbone to demand what you feel you deserve for your vote. Or you can just do what you've been doing, volunteering to commit suicide, announcing to them that you're looking forward to voting for them. They quite happy. They quite happy to hear you say it. Every chance you get, they quite happy to hear you tell them that you're looking forward to voting for them. They quite happy with you. I know that's the most bizarre thing I've seen in my 62 years of living. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life, that folks tell their enemy what their intentions are. I don't get no more bizarre than that. It just do not get any more bizarre than that. That I'm going to wake up and announce and shout to the top of my lungs, enemy, I'm looking forward to voting for you. I want you to know. I don't want you to guess. So I'm going to wake up day after day and shout it to the top of my lungs, because I don't want you to guess. I want you to know in advance what my intentions are. So you can continue to look forward to harming me. I can't help you enough. So I know I want to try to help you be able to harm me more. So I'm going to tell you in advance what I'm looking forward to voting for you. Absolutely asinine, completely asinine, brain dead of human beings who call themselves adults committing suicide daily. Well, like I said, I'm getting ready to go to the video. and rest my mouth, because I'm tired. I just gotta type this quick response in the comment section, and then I'm gonna jump off of here, and I'm gonna try to take me a quick nap and regroup. Try to take a quick nap for about an hour or two, and then I'm gonna get back up and get to work. Because when you're old like me, you have to get a lot of rest. I used to have a lot of energy. Now I don't. I'll be honest with myself. I'm gonna have to take a little quick nap. I have kind of drained myself because I still have not fully recovered from being sick and throwing up on the 29th on my birthday. So I still feel some of that weakness, but I feel much better than I did on the 29th. So I'm thanking the Lord that I'm not in that pain anymore. So I don't have anything to complain about. I may not feel 100% of my strength that I want to have, but I'm not in pain anymore. So my Heavenly Father took that pain away. And I just gradually, the pain went away. And so I'm going to recover. It's probably going to take a couple of days. It may take longer, who knows. But I'm strong enough. So I'm going to wake back up and work on my business stuff so I can work on shoving Negro down America's throat. I got to work. I got to make sure I use my time as wisely as I can to shove Negro down America and the whole world and the OMB throat. And I intend to do that as long as I have energy in my body. That's a promise. That's a promise. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Let me get back to my video. Okay, I don't answer the comment section. And now I'm gonna click on this video and let it play. Cause see, I can put it. They got something on this StreamYard that loops it around, so I don't even have to watch it. I can go to sleep and wake back up, and it'll still be playing. And I think I'm gonna take a quick nap and let it play. And then when I get back up, I'm gonna shut it down. So y'all have a good day. Thank you for coming in, taking time out of your day. I hope that you are safe and well and out of harm's way. And I didn't do this broadcast to be mean to anyone or disrespect anyone. I just think it's really, really concerning that adults are walking around still telling their children and their grandkids in their community to identify with a term that's a racial group that makes you a invisible human being without an identity. That just don't seem right that adults will be doing that, and I don't know why they are doing that. That just really didn't seem honest and truthful, that adults who have this information now, for all the adults that do not have this information yet, they need to be informed, because a takeover is taking place, and some of us are gonna be facing unfortunate fate. Folks are throwing rumors around here about tournament camps being built and mega prisons, and we may end up like Palestinians. Because every other human being on this earth has an original bloodline, but Black Americans and African Americans. Is that resonating with you folks? It's quite yeah. Is it sinking on your brain? Quite yeah. That you are walking around on two legs and you are the only human being that do not have a original bloodline, an original identity. Germans have one and they came to America sometime later. Asians have a official identity in America and they came later. Jamaicans, they came later. Haitians, they came later. Latinos and Mexicans, they came later, and they all got official identity. They don't belong to a racial group. So why do these human beings have a priority over your birthright? Why? Why has America given each of these nations priority over your birthright? And they put you and your children and grandkids in a racial group somewhere on the African continent. That's totally unfair. That's totally criminal. And it's totally criminal for all these persons who know the truth, like Don and Dante and all these persons who call themselves activists, know this information and they are not sharing it with their community. They are choosing not to share it with their community. Why do these immigrants get priority over persons whose birthright is on this landmass? So I'm not playing America's game anymore. I am a Negro. I'm not playing the OMB game anymore. I am a Negro. I have the paperwork. I'm not playing the Congress game anymore. I have the paperwork. I'm not playing the Senate game anymore. I have the paperwork. I'm not playing the president's game anymore. I have the paperwork. I'm not playing the vice president's game anymore. I have the paperwork. And as long as I have that paperwork in my possession, that's who I am. Thank you kindly. Okay, folks. I'm back up from my nap, and the devil told me to scroll the Twitterland hallways and timeline, and I happened to come across Mitch McConnell on a recording, and some other pink pale person who go by Caucasian or WHITE, one or the other. And Mitch McConnell says we're not responsible for any debt that happened 150 years ago. Let me say again, walking dead, that man is a walking corpse. He is barely standing and breathing. But he managed to get those words out of his mouth that America is not responsible for a debt over 150 years ago. That alone tells you they know they are responsible for that debt, because they know the year count. They already know the year count. See, they're not including that 246 years that happened up to emancipation. They just calculating that 1865 up to the present time frame. So they right in the ballpark. They certainly right in the ballpark. And based on the research that someone I know personally have done, every one of these presidents have a connection back to slavery. More than likely owned a slave plantation. Mitch McConnell. Did you? I know you already know about that. Mitch McConnell. Every one of these presidents have a connection to a slave plantation, more than likely. And if you don't want to pretend like that don't exist, then you just go down the list of corporations. Johnson & Johnson, Kraft, Scott Tissue. It's so many, they still in existence, right? They still standing. The building structure is still standing. They still being sold on the stock market. Are they not? Mitch McConnell, they still being sold on the stock market. You sound brain dead. You think you're gonna worm your way out of this debt? Do you really believe that you're gonna worm your way out of this debt? Who told you you were going to worm your way out of this debt? That person who spoke after you, he was halfway speaking with a brain cell, but not very well. They always come with, well, we need to invest in minority businesses. We need to invest in minority business. Have y'all not got the memo? Have you folks not got the memo? We already don't expose that code word minority. Y'all need to get that memo. Dig through those stacks of paper and get that memo. Find that memo, because the memo went out a long time ago. Y'all should have read that memo by now. And stop using that word minority. We already don't expose it. It's a code word. And it did a superb job for a very long time. But that code word has been exposed. So you need to abolish it. Remove it from your vocabulary, because it has been exposed. We need to invest in minority businesses. We need to invest in health, and something to do with healthcare and HBCU. Do y'all think we're gonna fall for that again? What good is it gonna serve Negroes for you to invest in a HBCU. They not sitting behind a desk who gonna decide who gonna get to attend that HBCU. Are they? Y'all don't already handpick them with coons. You have and put in place handpicked coons that have brown and dark brown skin. Who y'all think y'all fooling? Y'all really need to pull out that playbook and burn it. Who y'all think y'all talking to? We already done read between the lines of these little talking points that y'all have. HBCUs, minority businesses, invest in healthcare. Y'all think we are dumb? Y'all really think we are dumb? Y'all should have never invented the internet. That's just what I have to add in right there. Y'all folks should have never invented the internet. You just shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it, but you did it. So you can save your breath. Just save your darn breath, because we're not falling for those lies. What y'all need to understand, folks, y'all need to understand. You need to understand what time of day it is. These folks are on a public app crying about how they don't owe the debt. That tells you they feeling the heat. They're feeling the heat. They feeling that wrath of God. They are. I'm sure they have had a lot of sleepless nights, because they are constantly witnessing the wrath of God coming down on America. They feeling that heat to the degree that they are literally coming on a public app and crying. We are not responsible for those 150 years ago crime. We're not responsible for that crime. You spent $1, Mitch McConnell. You have spent many, many dollars. Where did that money come from? Mitch McConnell, where did that money come from that you've been spending? Where did it come from? Did it come off the backs of your ancestors or the backs of Negroes? Answer that question, Mitch McConnell. You've been spending that money. You've been having a good old time spending that money. All the rest of you folks been spending that money since emancipation, haven't you? Just like that brain dead human being that came after you, that theft has compounded. That theft has compounded. It didn't just disappear. Nobody didn't bury it in the ocean. No one burnt it up. It just compounded. It just continued to compound year after year, decade after decade. Mitch McConnell, it compounded. It didn't just evaporate. No, Mitch McConnell, do you think we're going to fall for that one? It did not evaporate. It just continued to compound and compound and compound and compound. So, Mitch McConnell, y'all need to sit down and figure out what y'all going to do. Are y'all going to have a come to Jesus moment? I just have one question for y'all diabolical human beings. When are y'all going to have that come to Jesus moment? Y'all need to have a come to Jesus moment. You need to drop down to your knees and pray and for redemption or something, because that's the only thing that's going to save you, you diabolical human beings. You just may be walking across the street and you just fall over and kick the bucket. It just may happen any second of the day. That's what I vision for you folks is daily. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. That's what I vision daily for you folks to just be walking. Just all of a sudden, you just kick the bucket. Just like that. That's what's your faith. That's in store for your faith. Mitch McConnell, you better get with those diabolical buddies and friends of yours, and y'all need to sit down at that table and figure out how you're going to re-implement Special Field Order 15. and you need to contact IRS because they waiting on that phone call. You kept them waiting long enough. You need to get on the phone with the IRS and set up those direct cash payments pronto, the same way you set up those stimulus checks and those PPP loans and all that money that you diabolical elite folks are collecting daily, because y'all are the biggest recipients of social welfare and bailouts. Y'all know where the money is being dabbed out to. Y'all know where the money is being dabbed out to. I mean, well, really get down to the nitty gritty. Y'all, let's get down to the nitty gritty. America's broke. The only asset that they have is people. All right, somebody let the cat out the bag. Something about the UN has seized America. Something like that. I couldn't make sense of the words that was coming out of that person's mouth. Somebody smarter than me can maybe figure it out. Can someone help me out? Seems like America has been seized by the UN or something, because they broke. This illusion of us spending this money is all an illusion. It's all an illusion. America's broke. Only asset that they have is people. And the number one asset that they have is those Negroes in that population. Putin already gave them a warning. Did y'all hear about that one? Putin gave America a warning, said Negroes separate. Negroes, you need to separate. Why did Putin say that? He didn't say it for the Negroes' well-being, I don't guess. Maybe somewhat. But why would Putin send that announcement to America? Why did he do that? Why do you think he did that? Because America clearly knows that they got the golden nuggets over here. Those Negroes walking in that population, walking around in that population. So maybe that's kind of like preventing America from really bombed. Don't that kind of make sense? It makes sense to me. That's the only thing that's protecting America is those Negroes walking amongst that population over here. Although America doing their absolute best to reduce that population amount, they're not going to wipe them completely out. They're going to keep a few around. They're going to just make sure that population go below 10% probably. Then they can be comfortable again. They're not comfortable right now. They're just not comfortable. So they're just going to keep on their little schedule, their little timetable, and keep on what's that word? Dwindling. I can't get it out. They're going to dwindle that population on down until it's under 10% if they get their way. If they get their way, they are going to dwindle that population under 10%. And then they're not going to feel threatened by it anymore. They're going to keep on doing a handpick of those handpicked persons that they are handpicking for the local, state, and federal level that they putting in place. They already put them in place. Y'all just go to Google. Just shimmy on over to Google. Go shimmy on over to Google and shimmy on over to Google and type in that search box state by state, and you're gonna see all the handpicked brown skin and dark brown skin folks who are from these other nations that they have put in position state by state. Just go state by state and look at the information for yourself. Oh, they were bragging. doing midterms, they got on these apps and they were bragging. Oh, we got 8 positions in Maryland. 8. That's one of the Negroes population state. They took 8 seats. They took 8 positions in Maryland. Oh, they worked overtime. They worked overtime, didn't they? They voted in 8 of their hand-picked coons and gatekeepers. They had a successful midterm. They had a very, very, very successful midterm. I wonder how they did in all these other states, because I really didn't bother to do much research for midterms. I'll be honest with you. Until the Negroes gather and figure out their number count, nothing else matters. Because you can't do a battle if you don't know your number count. I mean, why are you gonna perpetrate that fraud? Why y'all folks doing that? Why in God's name are you perpetrating that fraud? I mean, until the Negroes roll up their sleeves and know their number count, state by state, all of this is just all circus performance. How do you intend to expect your enemy to take you serious if you don't know your number count? What delusion have you convinced yourself of? Because you definitely have convinced yourself of some delusion. I tell you, y'all need to get in touch with that bus. Get in touch with that bus and tell them to come back and pick you up and take you back to that fantasy island. Because you folks shouldn't have gotten off of that fantasy island when that bus came by. You should have not have gotten on that bus. You should have stayed right on that fantasy island. Because I just don't understand what folks are talking about here. But let's get back to Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, he's crying. He's on a public app crying. They're not going to pay that debt of reparations because they're not responsible for that harm, that crime. But that should tell you all you need to know. They feeling the heat. But you folks is going to have to show some backbone. You're going to have to show some backbone and show them that you do not plan to vote for them. You intend to boycott them if they don't meet your demands. And that means it don't have to be perfect. Y'all come up with all these excuses as to why you can't boycott. Enough folks not gonna join, enough folks not gonna want to do it. It's not gonna be possible. It's not gonna be possible. It's not gonna be possible because of this reason and that reason and every reason under the sun. Every reason under the sun while America is plotting. Oh yes, I even came across another information on a Twitterland timeline. This lady was doing some type of broadcast that she had brought a book called the Project 2025 of the Republicans. She had to go to great lengths to get that hard copy of that book. For all you brain dead folks who are listening to Mark King Carter and Sexy Ray and Chicago Red, y'all need to get a copy of that manifesto. She called it a manifesto of Project 2025. That's not too far away here, is it? It's not that far away. Y'all folks know we're not that but a couple of months away from 2025. And while you are all gun-ho looking forward to voting for your Republicans, you are going to be voting for your demise because they have went to the length of writing a book. They have written a book spelling out your demise in a manifesto. While they got their other little minions running around here telling you we all Americans, they don't wrote a book spelling out your demise in a manifesto. How asinine is that? Y'all folks call yourselves adults and you don't have a copy of that manifesto? Why is that? What are y'all waiting on to get a copy of that manifesto? Y'all better find that manifesto pronto. I would advise you persons who are running around here caping for the Republicans, you need to get your hands on that manifesto. Pronto. I don't know what it's gonna take to get through to y'all brain cells that both of these camps are cut from the same cloth. They are cut from the same cloth. Maybe if you read, she said that book is 1,000 pages. 1,000 pages. 1,000 pages. Maybe if you read that 1,000-page book, you will start believing it. Maybe some of you brain dead human beings need to read that manifesto that is 1,000 pages. And then just maybe you'll start believing that you are voting for your demise. You are playing an elementary game with your diabolical human beings who have a 400-year head start on you. You are playing an elementary game and they are 400 years ahead of you. The ancestors, they had it right. They had it right. They got that special field order 15 signed into law. And they told Lincoln and Sherman, we do not want to live amongst these evil people. Lincoln, Sherman, we do not wish to live amongst these evil people ever. They had it right. And they were the closest to the scars and the trauma. And they had it figured out right. It's just unbelievable that they were the closest to the scars. They had just gotten out of slavery and they had it figured out right. And that's why they managed to sacrifice their life for this union and got that special field order 15 signed into law, because they knew their descendants would need a safety net, and that they had made the greatest sacrifice to make sure that they descendants had that, because they knew as long as one of their descendants was walking the face of the earth, they were threatened. They won't brain dead and brainwash like you brain dead persons who think that you can play your enemy's game and when the deck is stacked against you. And you think you're going to play their game. They're going to let you play the game. They're going to let you. They're going to invite you. They're going to send you an invite like they sent Mark King Carter and Sexy Ray in Chicago for Red. Oh, they're not gonna have a problem sending you an invite. They'll let you be at the table. You're gonna get an invite to the table for a seat at the table. They want you to be comfortable. So they got to give you a seat at the table while they behind the scenes they're planning your demise. All you doing is buying them some more time to get some more things in place. That's all. They probably need another year or two. Another year or two to get a couple more things in place for your demise. You just buying them some time while you got that seat at the table. Who you think? Who do y'all think y'all fooling? Don't you know you are buying time for your enemy? Because they got something mixed. They have already mixed it up in the mixing bowl. It's already mixed up. You're not interfering with they plan. You just got a seat at the table, and you're going to have to be comfortable. They want you to be real comfortable while they plot for your demise. Scenes. Why would they go to the trouble of writing a manifesto? Why would they do that? They took all that energy to write and print that manifesto. I'm tired of these folks calling me. I just need to turn that darn phone off. I'm just fed up with it. I'm just completely fed up with it. I'm fed up with all y'all brain dead folks. Y'all should have wished that I didn't turn 62. I'm going all the way over the deep edge with y'all folks. I'm not gonna hold back, not one bit. I turned 62. So I'm just gonna let it all out. I'm just gonna let it all out. Y'all should have prayed a little bit harder that I didn't turn 62. The good Lord kept me here to 62. Yes, he did. The good Lord kept me here for that 62 birthday. And I'm getting ready to let it all out. I'm going to let it all out. Y'all just prepare yourself. Put on the seatbelt. Because I don't have nothing to lose. Y'all get that message loud and clear. I don't have anything to lose. Y'all miscalculated. Y'all got me mixed up. Right? I'm one of those elders who understand we have already been here for quite a while. We already done been through the grind. We already done been through that grind. And we done made our mistakes. And now we can look back and evaluate that and operate a little bit more clear. Because, see, we couldn't operate too clear when we were 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. We just was not operating clearly. But some of us were blessed to stay a little bit longer. Some of us were blessed to stay a little bit longer, and we made it to 50, 60, and 70, and 80 years old. See how that works? We ain't got nothing to lose. We can go for broke. We know, most of us have already calculated that we can go for broke here. What we got to lose? Really, when you get it down to the nitty gritty, when you get really down to the nitty gritty, what do that elder and senior elder have to lose? While y'all running around here committing suicide, we're going to pray for you on the way down. We're going to pray. We're going to say a lot of prayers for you on the way down. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have a lot of prayers for you on the way down as you commit that suicide and go over that cliff. Let me get this phone thing straightened out once and for all. I'm just really fed up with it. Okay. I won't be hearing you phone. I won't be hearing you phone for a while. Okay, anyway, getting back to where I was at. Y'all folks miscalculated. Y'all miscalculated on the elders and senior elders. We going for broke. We ain't got nothing to lose here. So y'all folks need to sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk with yourself. The been invaded and taken over. I guess you're not convinced yet until it looked like Haiti or Palestinian. Then you'll be convinced, right? Okay, just you ain't got to wait long. It's getting close. It's getting close. It's getting close here. You're not going to have to wait much longer before America starts instituting some of those tactics they using in Palestinian to control their population. Go look up the information. If you did not watch Michi X video on MX Network, she broke it down. She broke it down to the nitty gritty. Yes, Lord, she broke it down to the nitty gritty. If for those of you who are maybe wondering what could possibly be your faith, just research Palestinian and how they control that society over there. Them folks can't take 5 steps without going through a checkpoint. They can't walk 5 steps without going through a checkpoint. They can't even sit in their living room without being monitored. They can't even sit in their living room without being monitored. They can't walk out their door and take 5 steps without going through a checkpoint. Don't that kind of sound like what America has in store for Negroes and melanated human beings? Don't that kind of sound like what they have in store for Negroes and melanated human beings? That's why they starting to put the message out there. They want you to register those guns, or you're going to be fined. They want you to register those guns because they got to get a count. They got to get a count of how many weapons are out there. Oh, and they kind of hush talking about that what's that thing called, that social grading system that they got in China. They have implemented it in China. They're going to implement it over here possibly. Well, you're going to have a social grading system. You're not going to be taking over no Republican Party, no Democratic Party, no Independent Party. You're going to be under a social grading system. You may not even be able to fart. That's how strenuous the social grading system may be. You may not even be able to say the word activist, let alone all these other things that we say, especially including myself. I know I'm going to get canceled. I know I'm going to get canceled very quickly. I'm gonna probably, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna end up in a whatever they say about those internment camps, or they're gonna push that button and shut my life down, because they're gonna put me in punishment because I have exceeded my social score. I have exceeded my social score, and I'm going to be put in punishment, and they're going to push that little button and shut my life down. I'm not going to have access to my bank funds or be able to pay any expenses that I have in my daily life, because they're going to push that button, and I'm not going to have access to anything. Y'all see what they got cooked up for you folks? They got quite a few things getting all cooked up for you folks, while they keeping you distracted with voting. They want to make sure they keep you distracted with voting. While most of these folks are running around here talking about you need a hard wallet. You need a hard wallet. You need a hard wallet. You need to become your own bank. You need to become your own bank. Why you think they saying that? Why would you think they would be saying that? Is there some danger down the road that folks don't know about, that folks not talking about? That's why folks are saying you're going to need a hard wallet to protect your money? Well, I can tell you firsthand, I caught the video back in June of 2022. I most certainly did. I caught that video. It just happened to cross. Let me see. I just happened to be scrolling through YouTube one day, and it popped up in the feed, and something told me to click on it. So I clicked on it. and I watched it over and over. It was 1 hour. It was 1 hour long. 1 hour. And it was packed. It was packed with a lot of good gems. It looked like. I don't know what to believe or not believe, but I'm just gonna err on the side of caution and just keep and stay observant and stay alert. And some of what was said on that video is starting to go through the grapevine. It's just little whispers of it, little whispers about that 666, about Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Federal Reserves, universal ID, well, they mentioned that you don't have no more privacy. You're not going to have any more privacy. They mentioned something about some flying vehicles. They mentioned something about them pushing that button and shutting your life down if you didn't obey a mandate. I remember that word, mandate, of a say for example, like the COVID-19. Oh yeah, it was a lot more. I can't remember it all, but the video, I think, is still out there on the YouTube channel. It was done by a person by the name of Jeff Brown. The End of the Dollar. Just go do your search. You should possibly be able to find it still, unless they took it down. But I haven't done a search for it in a while. I did a search for it a couple of months back, but I haven't done one recently. But I did stop in my tracks and I ordered the product because I wanted to get the information. So I came in access to about 4 PDFs that spelled out a lot of good information. It didn't cost that much, thank goodness. Thank goodness it didn't cost that much. It cost a little bit, but it didn't cost too much. So I ordered it and I read them, and they are downloaded to my computer as I speak. They are downloaded to my computer on that floppy thing. And it's all spelled out. It's all spelled out in those 4 PDFs. Yes, Lord. It's all spelled out in those 4 PDFs. But you know how things go. Things change. Things change constantly. 1 minute it's this way and another minute it's this way. It's constantly changing. So all you can do is stay abreast to the constant changes. Stay abreast to the constant changes and hope and pray that you can stay ahead of it. Just hope and pray that you can stay ahead of it. But Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump camp, y'all folks who've been bragging about this platinum plan, y'all need to sit down at the table and convert that platinum plan into a reparations packet pronto. Stop crying. It's very unbecoming of adults to cry in public. Just sit down at the table and convert that platinum plan, that $5 billion platinum plan, into a reparations packet. That can be a down payment if it's not enough to cover. It can be a down payment. That's what you should be working on. But y'all folks not applying any pressure to force these diabolical human beings to do the right thing, because they need encouragement. They need encouragement from you. They sitting up here bragging about some platinum plan, and then even folks got the nerve to say go to Donald Trump website and read all those lies, those empty lies. Have not we done that enough for 50 years? Do we need to add another year to it? We don't done that for 50 years. We don't went to these politicians' websites and read their empty promises for 50 years. Don't you think that's long enough? I went there. I did. I back though. I probably make it a point to go back because I went there mainly because I was looking for one little empty promise, the one that folks kind of put in the rumor of mine, that Donald Trump said his number one priority was to give police permanent immunity. I was looking for that. I wasn't looking for all those other empty words on that website. I primarily was looking for that one. So I got to go back and double check and see if it's there. Just for my satisfaction. I got to go back to that link and click on that link and go to his website and try to find that one priority that Donald Trump, somebody supposedly said that Donald Trump want to give police permanent immunity. I mean, they already got immunity. I don't know what can be more permanent than that. Am I confused there? Don't they already have immunity? How can it be more permanent than that? But I got to go check it out. I got to go check it out and see if it's on his website. Seeing as how Donald Trump and Jerry Jones were the two peons that kind of ushered me into boycotting. I happened to be watching TV when I was still watching TV back then. That seemed like a long time ago now. I just happened to be watching TV that day, working on my computer. And Donald Trump and Jerry Jones went before the microphone and complained about the NFL players kneeling for justice. As I sat there listening, I said to myself, Aquilin, you are going to start boycotting this sorry country that very moment. And I did. And that was the day I stopped watching my sports. And I think that was the day I pretty much stopped watching TV. Because that's really all I pretty much watched on TV was sports and detective shows. I was addicted to it. The detective shows, I was purely addicted to them. I just could not watch enough of those detective shows. I loved them. I really did. But I ain't been able to watch any of that because I don't watch TV anymore. And I used to like my news too. I used to like watching a little bit of news, but then it get to the point where, you get to the point when you watch that news, all they do is show all those negative images and they have all those packed lies that they be saying out their mouth. And they just keep on plastering all those negative images so that they can keep implementing fear into you. It's all propaganda. All propaganda. I mean, as long as I watch TV, I never can say I've seen a whole bunch of negative images about Caucasian people. I never seen all those negative images about Germans and Italians and Latinos and Asians and Mexicans and all these other folks who are non-melanated. Why was that? You think that was on purpose? I think it was. Why is that? I could sit there day after day and watch TV, and I rarely saw a non-melanated person negative image come across that screen. Right then and there, I knew I needed to stop wasting time off of my life watching their programs. I needed to stop wasting my time watching their program. If I cared about my life, and I do. So I made sure I stopped watching that TV. I can tell you I haven't missed it very much. I mean, not really. I mean, I miss my sports. I really miss my sports, and I kind of miss those detective shows, but As far as those lying human beings on those news programs, I don't miss them not 1 second of the day. I mean, they so transparent. They so transparent. They show all those negative images of Negroes and melanated human beings, but they leave out all the other nationality. It would be, I mean, if you would have to be on a desert island and think you're the only race on the planet. But okay, folks, it's getting down to the nitty gritty here. It's really getting down to the nitty gritty, and there's a lot of heavy hand players that's working beans, and it spells the Negro's demise everywhere you try to cut it. Everywhere you try to cut it, it spells the Negro demise and the melanated demise. And then we got all these crooked folks who are playing both sides of the coin. They are psyops to the core. They have taken an oath that they're gonna live and die on that psyop and sell out they people for their own selfish gain. I don't know who all those persons are, but they know who they are, and God know who they are. But they are definitely doing they're doing a work. They're doing a work, and it's not spelling a good outcome for the Negro unless enough of us can get out ahead of this. Unless enough of us can get out in front of this, it's not looking too good. It's really not looking too good. But it's not over until the fat lady sings. Just not over until that fat lady sings. So don't count your chickens before they hatch. Just not over till that fat lady sings. But it's looking kind of bad. Oh, they're plotting overtime. I wish I could get my hands on that manifesto. I keep my thoughts keep going back to that manifesto. I wish to God I could get my hands on that manifesto. I got that Buffalo Killer manifesto. I haven't even I scanned through it. I really didn't bother to read it. I mean, it's just most of it's the same old how should I word it? Same old hatred. I try not to use that word hatred, but when it comes to these folks, I mean, it's no other better word than that word that I don't like to say. But it's same old hatred. Some of them can't hide it. Some of them can't conceal it. So anyway, Mitch McConnell has sent y'all folks a signal that they are feeling the heat. Y'all need to put y'all thinking cap on and figure out how to threaten them by withholding your vote and boycotting them if they don't deliver 2 demands or 3 demands or 4 demands before this election. That should be where all your energy and time and effort should be put in. Because if you get those demands, you have a fighting chance than if you don't. Because the Latinos and the Mexicans have already locked down the voting block. They have taken over the majority of the population. They have the majority. So I mean, it's not don't need to be spelled out anymore for you folks. They locked it up in 2020, so you're 4 years late. If you on public apps crying about immigration policy, you're 4 years late. You are 4 years late. And all those persons who turned 18 after 2020, they have been added to the voting block too. And they still having babies. So what's your move? Your move should be demand land and cash payments before this election. That should be your move, because that's your best move for your well-being. Not voting, that's suicide. Plain and simple. That's suicide. Because they have already told you that the Latinos and the Mexicans is the majority population. I guess they can pretty much put anybody in office at the local, state, or federal level in most of these states. That's what my common sense tells me. I don't need anybody's help with that. I can figure that much out for myself. They already don't lock down the voting block. Because, see, they know how to have a voting block. They're not like y'all brain dead people who don't want to put your name in a database, don't want to put your name on an email list, don't want to join a group, don't want to gather your number count. See, they're not brain dead like that. They know their number count. They already done started flexing their power, because they know their number count. They know what their voting block consists of. They're not confused. They're not confused like you folks is. You just want a seat at the table. And you're happy. But these other folks that come from these other nations, they know their number count. I mean, the folks on the Twitter land hallway, they were just bragging about how they had 24,000 people join a member base in one day. Did you hear that? They so dedicated to knowing their number count, they could brag and announce they have 24,000 people join in one day. Why don't the Negro community, why can't they brag about that? Why can't the Negro community brag about that? No, because they too busy nickel and dime in their community for events and pull-ups and marches and protests. They too busy nickel and dime in their community for a pull-up, a protest, a march, instead of opening their mouth and nickel and dime in their community to buy land and homes and invest in businesses. But no, you're not doing that. No, I have yet to hear one person open their mouth and ask for donation to pool the money together to buy land and homes and invest in businesses. But I've heard many folks has opened their mouth and asked folks to pay to go to an event, a conference, a Zoom, to fly to this state, to fly to that state, to get in a car and drive here and get in a car and drive there. I have yet to hear anyone say out their mouth, we are taking donations to buy land and homes and invest in businesses. When is that day gonna come? When is that day gonna come? Y'all folks are really experts at nickel and dime in your community and hustling and scamming them for these events. So if you know how to scam them for these events, then you should be able to fit your mouth to ask them to make a donation to buy land and pool their money to buy land and homes and invest in businesses to create jobs, right? Don't that make logical sense? Don't that make logical sense? I think so. I think that would make sense. But no, that's not happening. That's not happening. While your enemy is working overtime to buy land and homes, invest in businesses, and create jobs for their community. They are keeping you distracted, playing their game. You never play your enemy's game, no matter what. You don't play your enemy's game ever. No person with a brain in their head or collective population of collective members of folks don't play your enemy's game. You never do that. Why are y'all folks playing your enemy's game? The deck is stacked against you. The deck is stacked against you, and you cannot reshuffle that deck unless you're gonna have a baby machine and pump out babies and put a population in all of these other states that you don't have a population in. You're gonna have to figure out how to have to birth babies in record numbers to get a population in all these states that you don't have a population in. And seeing as how the Negro and the melanated population is non-existent in about 35 to 38 states, then you don't have a voice in those states. You don't have a chance of getting anyone elected at the local, state, or federal level. And you just may have a ghost of a chance to get a few bodies elected in the states that you do have a population in, but that don't matter to your enemy, because they know the numbers are on their side. It's in their favor. They're not gonna lose any sleep over that. They're not gonna break a sweat over that. Why should they? Because they know they still had the numbers in their favor, to their advantage. So if you get a couple of victories in a couple of states, why should they care about that? Why should they care about that? It's not gonna stop what they got in place, because they got the numbers in their side, in their favor. Because they clearly know how to do math. They clearly know when you bring a bill to the floor, as long as you got the numbers on your side, it don't matter about those little few that you don't have on your side. Just long as the numbers are in your favor, you're gonna win the vote every time. And I think the odds are pretty great that they're gonna win the vote if you don't have a population in 35 states. I guess it don't take much figuring it out to figure that out. Do it. That's elementary math. That's just plain old elementary math. So, folks, I keep getting distracted with my train of thought. Mitch McConnell, y'all need to get in touch with the Trump camp and let them get in touch with their head honcho, Mitch McConnell, and encourage them to sit down at the table and re-implement Special Field Order 15 and direct cash payments before this election. That's what's owed. And as far as these other groups, they need to sit down at the table with them, for the Native Americans and those who are walking around free, because it's 3 separate claims here. 3. Folks have had a good old time conflating all 3 together, but they're separate. They should have been separate from the beginning, because the harm and the environment of all 3 of those populations were different. So the claim is going to be different. Don't it make common sense that the claim is going to be different if the population that the human beings were existing in were different? Because you're not going to convince me that the Negro ancestors that were on the plantation were suffering through the same environment that somebody who was on a Indian, included in an Indian tribe, or a person who were walking around with their freedom papers were experiencing the same environment. That don't make sense. So that tells you right there it's three separate claims. And y'all folks have did a good job of sabotaging this justice claim for the Negro ancestors. So let's just all just come to a logical understanding that is separate. Now, if folks want to stop being offended by Negro, if folks want to stop being offended by Negro and preaching that it's outdated, maybe it will be possible for those three separate groups that were harmed could form a legion and make their own separate demands as a collective. But y'all folks not doing that. Y'all folks not doing that because y'all too busy being okay with Negro being erased. Y'all okay, y'all just don't got up the next day and the next day and the next day, and you've been a-okay that America has erased 246 years down the drain. And y'all didn't miss a beat. Y'all just kept right on going on with your merry life like nothing happened. Like nothing happened. Y'all folks, y'all see those Palestinian folks is taken to the streets of their genocide? America committed genocide on the 28th of March, 2024. And I did not hear about anyone taken to the streets. I didn't hear about anyone asking for any donations. About that crime, about that genocide. Why was that? Not one peep about any donation for that genocide, because that was a genocide, a continuation genocide. When a country erased 246 years, it don't get any worse than that, because America has not erased the history of Asians in this country. They have not erased the history of Germans in this country. They have not erased the history of Jamaicans in this country. They have not erased the history of Italians in this country, have they? They have not erased the history of Jews in this country, have they? But you folks woke up the next day and proudly said you are a Black American and an African American, when America told you to your face they have erased your history. You got up the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, and you proudly told America that you were okay with identifying as Black American and African American, when you clearly know America has made it clear to you that Barack Obama is a Black American and an African American. So how can that be your ethnicity? Am I confused here? Am I confused? Did I get it wrong? America told you to your face that Barack Obama can be a Black American and an African American. So how can it be your ethnicity too? Do that make sense? Is it resonating on your brain? That any melanated immigrant that come to America with a visa can be a Black American and an African American. So how can that be your ethnicity also? Make it make sense. God's sake, make it make sense. Make it make sense. folks. You adults, all you adults out there caping for your Republicans and Democrats and independents, make it make sense. Since you got all this free time to cape for your enemy, and you ain't got a second to cape for your identity, I'm just wondering, am I mistaken here? So I need y'all help. I need y'all adults help, because y'all are in the process of passing this harm down to your children and grandkids. So I decided today was going to be the day that I do this broadcast and ask y'all adults the question directly. I'm not going to beat around the bush about it. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to ask you directly, as directly as I can make it. Is that what y'all working on? Are y'all working on passing this faith and harm down to your children and grandkids? That's why y'all pretending like it's not a real thing? Is that why y'all pretending like it's not a real thing? Or maybe y'all pretending like it's not a real thing because you know that folks are not aware of that definition on the OMB website. That's what you don't calculate it. I already don't figure it out. That's what you don't calculate it. That you know more than likely, most folks don't know that definition is on the OMB website that's describing you Black Americans and African Americans as a racial group somewhere on the African continent. You banking on the fact that most folks have not read that definition. That's what you banking on. Well, I wanted to have my conscience clear. So I just said, Aquila, you want to have a clear conscience. You're just going to do your broadcast and have a clear conscience. I'm going to stand on and honor the ancestors sacrificed for 246 years, and they stood on Negro. They didn't put any of these other terms on that Special Field Order 15. And they did not put it on that book that they took to the UN that said they are declaring Negro genocide. And they had an opportunity. They had an opportunity between 1865 and 1950. They had plenty of time to change their mind and insert the word Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, if it was around at that time. I don't think ADOS was in existence yet. FBA also, and B1. But these other terms were being said. So why do you think when they went before the UN, they didn't put Black American genocide? They were declaring Black American genocide. Why you think they did not say we are declaring African American genocide? Why you think they did not say we are declaring Freedmen genocide? Why do you think they put on that book title Negro genocide? Because they clearly knew what gave them their rights in this landmass. They clearly understood that. They clearly understood what gave them their rights in this landmass that their feet was planted on, because they had made the sacrifice. And they clearly knew they were not going to abandon their position of power and their bragging rights and their sacrifice. They were not going to abandon that for no other term. They were not going to do that. And they did not do it. So do you think that all these persons would have Negro on a birth certificate and Negro on a marriage license and Negro on a death certificate if they were identifying as Black American and African American? Would they have that on their birth certificate, their marriage license, and their death certificate if they were identifying as Black Americans, as you persons like to preach? Because y'all know it's not true. Y'all clearly know it's not true, but you don't care about running around lying about that. You don't care about it. Because you clearly know how to do research. Each one of you clearly know how to do research. And you clearly know that there are millions of persons who have Negro on their birth certificate, on their marriage license, on their death certificate, on a family tree census report. So my suggestion for you folks who want to identify as Black American, you need to go through your paperwork and see if you have Negro on any of that paperwork, because that's the only term that give you any rights in America. You may not like it, and you may not want to accept it, but that's just how the history was laid out. We didn't get a vote because we wasn't born yet. We wasn't born yet. Unfortunately, we wasn't born yet, so we did not get a vote. It was the beginning. See how that beginning rears its ugly head constantly? Those 246 years was the beginning, and that was Negro slavery. Y'all folks don't like that, but that's just the way it unfolded. That's just the way it unfolded. I know you may not want to like hearing that, but that's just the way it unfolded. So those Negro ancestors who lived and died during those 246 years, they carved out 246 years with blood, sweat, and bones, and tears, and death before any of us took our first breath. And you think you have a precedence over what they carved out at the beginning? You think what you prefer takes precedence over what they sacrificed for 246 years? What delusional land are y'all folks in? I want to know. I want to know what delusional land you folks are living in. I need to know. I need somebody to explain to me the delusional land that you folks are living in. That you really think that your birth in after the 19th century takes precedence over that beginning? What planet are you folks living on? What planet are you living on? Because you can't be convincing yourself of that lie. What came first can never be replaced. What came first can never be replaced. Not unless your enemy does a good job of rewriting that history. See how that works? See why it's so important for America to erase Negro? They clearly know the threat of that 246 years. They clearly know the threat of that sacrifice of all those hangings and lynchings and burnings and murders of those 246 years. They clearly know all that wealth that was created on the backs of those persons for 246 years. They clearly know the infrastructure that was built on the backs of those persons for 246 years. And they are threatened by that. That's why they have to get rid of Negro. That's why they're not spending any energy to get rid of Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA, because they're not threatened by them. It poses no threat to them. So you folks is going to have to make up your mind. Your grown folks, you adults are going to have to make up your mind. Do you want to go back and look at your paperwork and see if you can find Negro on any of that paperwork? Or the second choice, you can lobby the Congress and the Senate to change that definition. So this harm would not get passed down to your children and grandkids. You got a choice to make. You adults, right? So make that choice. You adults, since you're always bragging about you being an adult, now you're going to be an adult. You're going to have to decide if you want to stand on 246 years and identify as Negro, or do you want to lobby the Congress and the Senate and the OMB and everybody in between to change that definition. It's quite simple. You got a choice here. You can lobby the Congress and the Senate and the president and the vice president and the OMB to change that definition. And then that harm that has been done to you for 54 years will not get passed down to your children and grandkids. You got a choice to make. But what you need to not be doing is lying to your kids, your children. That's a crime. That's a crime. Because you have, most of you who have this information, because most of you have this information. And you know, the data shows how America has been harming Negro descendants for 54 years. Can anyone deny that? Can anyone deny that with a straight face and be honest? So y'all must be quite happy with passing this faith and this harm down to your children, because y'all running around here like Mark from the Soar and Mel and all those folks running around to these neighborhoods telling folks they Black Americans. Why are they doing that? Why? When they clearly have not corrected that definition on the OMB website. They clearly are aware of how the invaders are getting priority over your birthright. They'll never want for anything, because you persons choosing to identify with terms that America made up, and you choosing to abandon the 246 years that your ancestors carved out if you are claiming to be a descendant of one of those Negroes, because you may not have that paperwork. Many of you probably don't have that paperwork, do you? I think that's what the bottom line is. Most of you don't have that paperwork. That is what the bottom line is. That's the bottom line of this madness. That is the bottom line of this madness, that folks are running around here identifying with a racial group because they do not have the paperwork that say Negro on it. So they want to convince folks to identify as Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, FBA, because they do not have the paperwork that say Negro. So they are concerned about their own self-interest and self-agenda. They not in 46 years of hangings and lynchings and burnings and murders and all that wealth and infrastructure and those patents and inventions and those achievements. They're not concerned about that, because that got washed down the drain on the 28th of March, 2024. It got washed down the drain. But America still got a problem on their hand. They may have taken that little ink pen and erased that Negro off the census report, but America and the whole world still got a problem, because there's human beings walking around on two legs that got Negro blood flowing through their vein. And until every one of those Negroes are dead, they got a problem on their hands. And they also got a problem with all those birth certificates that got Negro on it. All those marriage licenses that got Negro on it. All those death certificates that got Negro on it. All those census reports that have Negro on it. They got a problem. They got a problem on their hands. And they're going to keep on trying to figure out how to solve that problem with locking folks up, putting them in prison, gunning them down in the back, making them homeless, making them jobless. Oh, they got a lot of things cooked up for that Negro bloodline. They got a lot of plans in the frying pan. They got a lot of plans in the frying pan for that Negro bloodline, because they got to disappear. They got to disappear because they are the chosen people. They got to disappear. And all these nations know that. The German nation, the Asian nation, the Irish nation, the Italian nation, the Latinos and the Mexicans nations, with all these other Mexican names. I can't even name them all. They all got nations. They know what their nation is on their paperwork. They know what their nation is on their paperwork, and they want that Negro nation to evaporate. And they're going to do everything in their power to try to make sure that happens. But they got a problem. As long as one Negro is walking the face of the earth, they got a problem. And I'm going to do my little part to shove it down their throat. I intend to do my little part to shove it down their throat. I'm taking great pleasure in doing it daily. I'm taking great pleasure in building YouTube channels and websites and other platforms and posting it as often as I can post it to shove it down their throat. I'm taking great pride in it. I can't tell you how much pride I'm taking in shoving it down their throat. It just brings such great pleasure and satisfaction to me. It does. I can't lie. I can't lie about it. I'm sorry. I can't lie about it. It does bring me great pleasure and great satisfaction. Yes, it does. So, y'all folks, you adults know what decision you got to make. You got to make a decision. Because we like knowing that we're adult. I like being an adult. I couldn't wait to become an adult. So you adults are going to have to decide, do you want to stand on and fight to protect and preserve and force America to acknowledge Negro bloodline in America? Or do you want to lobby the Congress and the Senate for the term Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and LPA? You get to decide. Each one of you get to decide, do you want to lobby the Congress and the Senate for your preferred term? That's your right. That's your God-given right. But that's not going to change the history of that Negro history that was carved out for 246 years. That's just the hard, cold truth that y'all folks don't like to hear. That's the hard, cold truth that you folks don't like to hear. Y'all like to paint another narrative. Y'all like painting another narrative while America is making it clear to you that you do not have an identity. They can't tell you any more clear than they telling you. I don't see how it's possible for them to tell you any clearer than they telling you. They telling you that a Jamaican can come to America and be a Black American and an African American. They telling you that a Haitian person can come to America with a Visa card, or they mother and father got here and they became an American. Somebody cut their body open and drained the blood out of their body and refilled it with Black American, African American blood. See how foolish that is? that mother and father who was Jamaican or Haitian or Bahamas or Nigerian or Ethiopian, they still had that blood in their body when their feet landed in America. Nobody cut their body open and drained that blood from their body and refilled it with Black American blood or African American blood, did they? If they original bloodline is Jamaican, their original bloodline will be Jamaican until the day they die, unless somebody have the ability to cut their body open and drain the blood out. I ain't heard about nobody cutting nobody from head to toe and draining the blood from their body and refilling it with Black American blood or African American blood. That person who is Ethiopian or Nigerian, they have that blood in their body. And when they land in America, they're going to still have that blood in their body. So they're not going to magically become a Black American, magically become an African American. Because the same blood that was in their body before they got that Visa card is the same blood that's in their body until they take their last breath. Y'all need to stop this, please, for God's sake, stop it. I can't take it anymore. Okay, it looks like my broadcast has went over the limit here, so I'm gonna have to bring it to an end. It looks that way. It looks that way, folks. I kind of like been here for it looks like over 7 hours. I got to get off of here. I didn't know that much time had passed. So folks, y'all can